I do believe today won't happen the same. I think today they will try to just salvage every lane because I trust my team in this.
Something that we said yesterday with Fnatic players is that they had the crowd yesterday. I do not believe that it's going to be the same story for them today. Do you agree, Oya?
I mean, I know they are not going to have the crowd today. I mean, I know that, yeah, today the crowd is in our side, so for sure they will feel the pressure.
Any words you want to share to your fans and to the arena ahead of the series?
Yeah,
in English or in Español?
Just make this stage yours, haced vuestro estadio vuestro, gritad todo lo que podáis y queremos escucharos, así que gracias por el apoyo.
Oya, gracias por la entrevista. Thank you so much. Best of luck today.
Thank you.
Amazing. I just caught that he said, like, yeah, they overperformed yesterday for Resort and for Oscar. Jack, as we welcome you to the desk. That was a cheeky little...
Yeah, little jab there. Yeah. I mean, I can agree, though. I mean, it was very out of the blue. Oscar just took over, and it was like...
Nobody expected that, honestly.
Okay, but at the same time, you have to cut that momentum from them because you're kind of coping saying that it's overperformance because you're having a weekend, you know, 3 days of games, and it feels like every time you walk up to these events and you play well on the first day, it usually extends throughout the whole weekend.
You speaking from experience?
Oh yeah, I mean in Malmo last time when we did it, because you also came from losers bracket,
yeah?
I strongly believe that if we didn't play on the first day of the weekend, we would have easily lost 3-0 in the finals.
A very important insight. Now, in terms of spicing things up a little, Finn and Jack will also be on the grand finals tomorrow. So how about a little bet? Okay, so basically you can choose who you think is going to win today, and the loser has to dance the Macarena on the mountain.
A bet.
Yes.
That's an easy bet to make. I think the winner of this game is going to be the team that wants it more. And I think there's no doubt in my mind that MKOI wants it so much. I think individual prowess, sure. Team progress, sure. But the team that wants it more will win today. And I think it's going to be an easy MKOI win.
Bro, if we're talking hungry, the previous champions, they're already sated. Fnatic have gone winless for so long now, losing to G2 repeatedly. But tell you what, Shucks, I'm conflicted because I believed in Fnatic and they've disappointed me time and time again. But it feels like it's when I don't believe, that's when they bring it home. So Fnatic is going to win because I think MKOI is going to win. So Fnatic is taking it.
Okay, I can follow you, I guess. We'll see who dances the Macarena tomorrow in the pre-show. But let's talk a little bit more about Movistar KOI because obviously we saw Fnatic yesterday. We have a lot of tape. Movistar KOI have been lying in wait. Now, the last time we were in Madrid for the road trip, they were amazing. They made it their own, Odoamne, so they're very used to playing in front of this crowd.
Yeah, definitely, because having this previous experience and witnessing firsthand how much of an impact the Spanish crowd can have on them, because even walking into that into Madrid last time, they weren't really on the hottest of terms when it came to their performance because they were fresh from MSI, but now I really feel like this is the time. They got the prelude of what's going to be happening, and they're going to deliver today.
If we're talking potential, look, I mean, both of these teams are going to be playing at their peaks.
That's a dangerous word. It's been banned for a while.
Both of these teams are going to be playing at their peaks. They're in front of the crowd. They're all hyped up. They're all locked in. And if there's one team that has potential, it's Fnatic.
He's doing it again, guys. I mean, they're literally on the peak of a mountain. But we talked about the Kings of Madrid. I remember the last time these two teams played in a best of 5 in our upper playoffs.
Best of 3? Oh,
best
yeah.
of 5.
Yeah.
They went to 5 games, but MKOI was advantageous. And I remember some really strong performances from Mirwin, from Elyoya, kind of shutting down Oscar. So I'm kind of looking forward to that.
I see the vibe. I thought of the best of 3. We're going to mention that they played in Madrid.
That as well.
At the road trip, because Jack, we were there. Fnatic versus MKOI. If people don't remember, let's take a look at what happened.
Burn is up soon. Burn is up soon.
5 seconds, Alvaro. 5 seconds, Alvaro.
Where's Vi? Where is he?
Analysis be damned. Do you think do you think any of that is gonna matter? We saw how hectic the voice comms get. That's especially what we're gonna get in this arena. We saw it yesterday from Fnatic as well. They were so excited, but man, it's gonna be a bloodbath.
That's crazy, and that's why I said it in Madrid, and I'll say it again. You only get this in arenas, which is why we should be in arenas more often, Finn. You can just feel it.
Yeah, and when you are in the arena, whenever you make a play, the crowd goes crazy, and then you're like, I want more. I want to go further. I want to keep fighting. And sometimes you go a little bit too deep, and then suddenly the crowd is cheering for the other team. And I think that's what we're going to get today. I think we're going to get bloody games. That is going to be constantly volatile action. And I think maybe the victory key today is to actually temper yourself a little bit, because you can't get too excited.
But to hop onto that arena excitement, I really feel like our teams do perform better.
Yeah.
Because when we talk about going a little bit too deep, doing a little bit too much, a lot of the times in LEC, our games can be a bit sloppy. You know, people get caught out, and that can be the reason a team loses. And it more feels like a team loses rather than wins. That didn't feel like the case yesterday. It was Fnatic making great play after play. And KC, while they were outmatched on the map, it wasn't like people were just getting caught out left and right. They were just outmatched.
And for me, in front of this arena, that's what matters the most, because I feel like previous performance doesn't really matter. Every time we saw, you know, all the all-time greats from the EU back in the studio or, you know, online in front of small crowds, it doesn't matter. Every time they walk up to this arena, this is the real level of our teams. This is how exactly we want to see them perform. So when they go later on to Worlds.
Absolutely, and we saw Mirwin there being so excited. He was screaming so hard, and I know it was the same for Oscar yesterday. And I want to talk about this top lane matchup because, Jack, this is what happened when they met.
I mean, it's been getting heated. Both of them have a long rivalry starting in the Spanish league, and both of them are pretty cocky players, I'd say, that like to trash talk, like to throw their weight around.
Good boy.
Mirwin calling Oscar in the good boy after solo killing him. So it's really exciting to see how the crowd will further amp their trash talk and just their excitement towards playing against each other. I can't wait.
Oh, we are definitely getting some good chat looks out of this one. There's no doubt in my mind.
Yeah, because I wasn't really, you know, on the Oscar hype train before. I thought that Mirwin, you know, for the duration of the whole season, he was playing better than Oscar. But after yesterday's performance, maybe it's Oscar's time to have a little bit of all chat fun.
Yeah, I feel like he's a player who's, if he has a good game, a good first game, if the mood is good, if the vibes are good, it continues really into the rest of the series, right? And the question is, Mirwin is coming in a bit dry. He didn't have that yesterday, Oduamna. Is that going to make a difference?
Well, I'm always a believer that the more you play on stage, the better it is. But at the same time, you know, you got to see a little bit. They share similar champion pools. It doesn't really feel like maybe Oscar has the same, you know, luxury playing against Kana, because Kana showed us something different than what made him good. But Mirwin, I feel like he's been playing consistent for the whole time, and now getting to see what Oscar's secret weapons are, I still feel like it's going to rough up for an interesting matchup today.
Well, let me ask you, because Fnatic did shift their playstyle a fair bit yesterday with the fact that Razork was going up there a lot. It was very top-centered, even in the pick and ban. Well, usually they go towards the bot lane. Is that just something they should push through, or should they revert, or should they adapt?
I think they should adapt, because the fact that you now have multiple weapons to use makes you so much harder to draft against, to play against. Before it was simple, you know, Fnatic went bot every single game, and they did it against MCoy, and it nearly worked. But now when they have Oscar as a weapon, suddenly their potential is so much higher.
I think it's just natural. If I'm a jungler and I'm just jungling, and then I see my top laner solo kill the enemy top 2 times, I'm playing for that guy. I don't care what's happening on the map. That's my guy.
Exactly, and that's what makes Fnatic dangerous, because we saw at the beginning of the split, we had the funny crow from Upset, because he said after trying to go top lane a couple of times, rather just come bot. Let's just win the game through bot lane. But now it finally clicks. Now they finally have more weapons to take on MCoy today.
They do. I like that you mentioned the bot lane as well, because there's some extra drama here. There was a little handshake incident. Yeah?
Yeah, I mean, this bot lane rivalry is certainly exceeding just Summoner's Rift, as we see.
We've got the CIA cam.
Super pushes Upset.
That's assault right there.
That's crazy.
That's harsh. That's harsh. What happened? You guys?
I mean, well, from what I understand, there's been some trash talk happening in the game, and I think Upset kind of got a little bit annoyed at this trash talk, because they were trash talking and then they kind of were losing as well. So then I think he wanted to deny Super a handshake, and Super took offense of that. And I think there's just a lot of heated emotions in these games.
I think Upset was just really upset because Upset was really upset because they were trying to win the game. They started trash talking when you win the game, which is always a bad mood. You don't you trash talk before, and then they failed to win the game, and then that's when the shove happened. But yeah, there's some hate over there, Finn.
Yeah, it's spicy for sure. It also will be in the game. I think it's there's so many stories to talk about in this bot lane alone, because of course, Upset played here when he was on Schalke 04. They played Fnatic. I think there is where we really thought this guy is going to be the next Reckless. He's going to be that next guy to look at, but he's still chasing that title. So I'm looking at him through that lens, and on the other side, I'm looking through Supa, who he manifested this, right? Quite literally, Jack. And I think we all didn't really believe maybe that he would get to the level that he is now, only he knew it and he showed us.
Yeah, I was really surprised. I mean, Super came into the league with a very cocky attitude, right? The famous I'm better than Deft, and just he had always the demeanor that he was a great player, but I think it took him a while to develop and grow to become the player he is today, where especially I think in arena games like this and the more clutch moments, he can really be the one to show up and make the difference.
And I love that you're hitting on that, because I feel like Supa is the most clutch AD carry we have in our league right now. I feel like last playoff round, also when the games get this exciting, he just steps up to the plate in a way that I don't see other people do. I feel like he thrives off the energy and just hones in on that and makes it his own.
Speaking of energy, it's right behind us. Look at them. MKOI with the drums, with the music, just bringing it all. Oh, absolutely fantastic. I mean, I've seen some chants here yesterday that I haven't seen in many arena matches. Like, they were having a blast the whole weekend.
And they were, and the atmosphere was absolutely electrifying. And even yesterday, I was thinking that Fnatic got, you know, some convertants, some new fans for them for this weekend. But man, you can hear when MKOI gets in the house.
This is crazy. Absolutely love it. We did a little bit of a fan meet. We saw MKOI shirts, Fnatic. Actually, not that many Fnatic shirts. A lot of G2 ones for tomorrow as well, but I know they're going to be loud.
Yeah, well, it's easy, you know, when you know that MKOI is playing on the second day, you just book your ticket in advance, you just show up. It's a bit harder. Maybe Fnatic weren't really on the hype train. They weren't really ready to take the risk to show up, but MKOI fans definitely are.
Let's talk about something else that may be really, really hype. Alvaro. Listen, I think Alvaro is absolutely fantastic. The question I want to ask the panel, is he the best support in the league right now?
I mean, I think he is, and I think today is the day where he can show it. He's going up against mikyx, the most renowned European support we have ever had. And I think this is the series, this is the moment you have to seize, and this is where you can show that it's the new time now as the drums come in. He is better than mikyx, and he's gonna show it on this stage.
And yeah, it's absolutely amazing, because when Alvaro came up to the league, it felt like he had, you know, he needed to become mikyx, because he was the one to aspire to. But right now I feel like he is completing the support role, because what he's doing, he's finding these clutch plays, even when ahead, even when behind. His champion pool has a lot of diversity, and he knows how to play the map extremely well.
Stop analyzing, just vibe with them, man. Crazy.
I want to give an opposing take. Alvaro is great, but Mickey now not needing to carry every single game, because Oscar is also a great weapon, allows him to play those range supports. I think we're going to see a much better Mickey and much more reliable Mickey than we've seen before.
Can I counter? Is this what we saw from Oscar yesterday? Is this what we have to expect now? Because I saw something that I haven't seen from him in a long time. So are we so sure that that's just going to be as stable as it was?
I just think Oscar right now is a massive enigma. We don't know what form he will be in, but he will come in and play his game.
I felt this on my own skin. Every time someone doubted Oscar, it was right before my game at one time. He came in with a broken hand, got a pentakill against me, carried his team to playoffs and further into Worlds that year. So he has the pedigree at this point, you know. It's just that maybe the issues with consistency, but right now when it comes up to amping up the pressure, he amps up as well.
I can't stop smiling. I can't believe we're gonna get this for possibly 5 games between 2 teams that are so evenly matched, it seems, because of how Fnatic played yesterday. But are they? Let's look at the mega predictions. And I already had a little bit of a teaser from Finn and Jack, but you can motivate your choice, Finn.
Yeah, so I don't think this day is going to be 3-0 from either team. I think we're going to see a lot of bloody games. I do have Mad Lions taking 3-1, because I know there's going to be one game at least where things go a little bit wrong for the Mad Lions, but just...
Movistar Koi!
Movistar Koi, I'm so sorry! I don't know, I'm just getting fuzzed up at his admins here because it's so crazy right now. And I feel like out of this energy, MKOI will translate this into a better victory.
I'm a huge believer in the fact that the more you play in the arena and in the weekend, the better you become. I did vote 3-1 for MKOI, but that's just because yesterday on PGL, I made a vow to upset that after 8 years, it's time for him to make it to finals and win a trophy as well. So, because I cursed them in the first day, I reverse cursed them as well. But at the same time, if MKOI ends up winning, I won't be upset because today is crazy.
Don't speak to me of curses. You know nothing, Jon Snow. Jack, you're there with your
the Fnatic fans are outnumbered. Nobody expects them to win, but that's right where we want them. They need to be doubted. They need to have low expectations on their shoulders because that's when they'll perform. And in front of this arena, Oscarinen already showed he could do it yesterday. Same with Razork. They're going to do it again.
I love it so much. A couple of final notes before we join Lore, who is actually going to stand by with the top laner so they can trash talk in real time. But just when we set the stage, Fnatic, they have not won a title in more than 8 years. They really want it. They need to get to that final. The weight of getting to Worlds is off their shoulders, but now wait to Behemoth, our current champions, our spring champions on their home court with Elyoya, who has, even though he's proven so much, he wants to go a little further.
Yeah, I mean, I just think about the quotes from Offset, from Razork, that they feel the need to end their legacy with a victory. I know how much it means to both Offset and Razork, and probably all of Fnatic to go all the way. So the weight is on their shoulders, but this is their moment.
And at the same time for Elyoya, man, when the drums are here, you need to reward them, don't you? I really feel like this is the time for him to make it to finals.
Is this sometimes a case where you can't really hear that well and you really just have to rely on your instinct?
I mean, they're going to have to scream, but Mirwin has been screaming a lot, so we'll see.
Playing in front of crowds like this, I've done it plenty of times. When you sit there down, there's many times where you don't even hear your teammates. All you hear is the loud drums and the vibrations, and you play so much off of instincts and what you've been preparing backstage in scrims.
Oh, I love it. We have behemoths of the past in Fnatic who want to get back. We have the current ones in Movistar Coin. We have some personal beef, not in the least between the top laners. So Lore, take it away.
Thank you so much. We are seconds away from Fnatic versus MKOI, and of course I have Oscarinen with me. I was talking to Elyoya, and he said you guys overperformed yesterday, that it's not going to be as easy today. What do you have to say?
Well, I think it's not going to be as easy today for sure. I think KOI is a really good team, and about the overperforming part, I will show him today that he was wrong.
You also said that you're going to show Mirvin who's the daddy today. Do you want to confirm that?
What did you say?
You said you're going to show Mirvin who's the daddy today. Do you want to confirm that?
I'm going to show today who's daddy, yeah.
All right, well, let's bring the second daddy in. Maybe here, Mirvin. Thank you so much for joining me. You hear them. You hear how excited they are. Is there anything you want to say ahead of today's game?
I mean, first thing I would say is gracias Madrid. Es una locura todo lo que acabo de escuchar. Lo siguiente, voy a esperar un poco para que lo puedas escuchar bien. La última vez dijiste que iba a ser mi padre y solo vi a mi hijo y hoy va a ser lo mismo.
Oscar?
I couldn't hear pretty well, honestly. Not gonna lie. Pero bueno, espero que sea una muy buena partida. Te respeto mucho, pero hoy se va a ver quién es el mejor top laner español, así que buena suerte.
Anything that you want to add for the fans? Maybe. Yesterday, the arena was for Fnatic. Might not be the case today.
Yeah, it's fun. Like I don't really mind. I think it's nice to be an underdog. I think we really like it in Fnatic. We are used to it. So yeah, the lower bracket buff is gonna pay off.
All right, let's see if the lower bracket runs pays off. The stage is set between our two top laners. They are ready. The fans are ready. The fans online are ready as well. Madrid has been getting ready for this matchup. They were born ready. It is MKOI versus Fnatic, and it starts right now.
Their event, it's their home turf. Only room for one king in Madrid, and MKOI are that king.
The highlight of my career has been winning previous LEC. It's with the team I consider a family, so the way we won it made it really special for me. It's a privilege to play in front of the Spanish crowd.
Stand for the cause and effect. I came for revenge, then I left.
We're still hungry, we still want to be the best version of ourselves, and we have a really good chance of winning this place. I think it's either us or G2.
La última vez fue un 2-3, fue así bastante close, pero ahora es en persona. Espero que no le puedan los nervios porque papá está aquí, o sea que mucho cuidado.
He's jumped dead already! Keeps on going and sit! Oscar Munoz Jimenez, remember the name!
My first final was actually in 2018 in Madrid against Fnatic, and it was the last time Fnatic won. If I would finish this cycle in a way now, me being in Fnatic, winning it for the organization, that would really mean a lot for me.
The city's on fire, I'm the one lighting the flame, running the game. Said I was crazy before, but now everybody's insane.
My parents have watched me for a while, and they never saw me winning or lifting a trophy.
City's on fire, I'm watching the blaze.
If it happens in Madrid, it's gonna be a really good plot twist, and I'm gonna be the happiest man alive if that happens.
Stadiums everywhere filling up.
After falling low, needs to get out. The redemption saves it! The redemption saves it!
It's just gonna be as hard as it always is.
Koi again, and play! There's the Jojo. He actually looked for a bit more on the front. In with the ulti flashes in, last friend of the objectives.
I think Razorg is a really strong player in early, but over the whole game, I think I'm just better.
We are so back! We're at work, baby! Fnatic take it! They'll go to World, and they'll fight Koi.
I want fans to remember that we had a great miracle run and that we persevered through very difficult moments. I still want it more than anything this LEC, so we're gonna win it all.
Hola, hola, ¿qué tal? ¿Cómo estáis, Madrid? Ayer tuvimos un partido impresionante, pero lo que tenemos hoy tenemos una batalla a muerte para ver quién pasa a la gran final. Así que por favor, todos arriba, solo quedan 3 equipos. Ayer nos despedimos de Karma Incorp, que no pudo, con un Fnatic espectacular que los arrolló completamente. Se clasificaron al Mundial otra vez y hoy quieren llegar a la final. ¡Fuerte aplauso para Fnatic! Ayer se comió un coreano y se convirtió en el padre de toda Francia en la tabla. ¡Oscar! Viene la cachorra, un madrileño en Madrid, en la jungla. ¡Razo! Es muy callado, nunca hace ruido, pero en la grieta se convierte en un asesino en la mesa. ¡Bobby! En 2018 ya jugó una final en Madrid y quiere volver a repetirlo como AD Carry. ¡Offset! Miguelito para los amigos es el mejor en su posición de toda la historia de Europa. Como support. Llegó el momento, es el turno de los vigentes campeones de Europa. Hoy juegan en casa. Madrid, ruido para recibir a Movistar. ¡Gol! pero ya se ha ganado el corazón de todos nosotros en la mid lane. ¡Yo, Piu! Le apodan el humilde, pero yo creo que le pega más el callabocas como AD Carry. ¡Super! Todo el mundo le adora, es el mejor en lo suyo, como support. ¡Álvaro! Hoy vamos a vivir historia del League of Legends europeo. Todo el mundo está mirando. Tenemos la mejor afición del planeta. Así que por favor, os pido que dejemos en el recuerdo de todo el mundo este día. ¡Madrid! ¡Quiero ruido para los jugadores! Ya sé la respuesta, pero os lo pregunto otra vez más. ¡Madrid! ¿Estáis preparados?
Well, hot freaking damn if that wasn't one of the most hype intros I have been accustomed to. Madrid, it's different. As Dagda, myself, and the mighty Vedius join you for this TriCast of our lower bracket that leads directly to our grand finals.
And it's our previous Kings of Madrid going up against the Miracle of Madrid after yesterday's performance from Fnatic. An absolute stormer from the Spanish top laner saw Fnatic find themselves now facing off against Movistar Koi to find that place in tomorrow's final.
We already saw these two teams meet earlier in the playoffs, and it was a nail-biter. We went the full 5 games with Koi coming out on top. Fnatic, after the momentum of yesterday, you have to wonder if they can ride that magic into today. Koi is fresh onto the stage, whereas for Fnatic, this now feels like home turf.
We've seen so many runs in the lower bracket lead through and lead to a grand final. Fnatic versus G2 would be classic, but Koi would be deserved. After the spring championship, after their trip towards MSI, and following pursuit to get to this position again. We're about to go into pick and ban to open up your game number 1. Dagda, I love the word of miracle for Fnatic. I love the monsters that are Movistar Koi at the moment as well. There are so many good lanes to talk about, and I'm sure once we get our pick ban, we'll be able to accelerate that story for you a little bit. But that first round 1 matchup, it was so damn good, and I hope to live it again as we're finally here in Koi on blue.
Fnatic sticking to very similar bans that we saw yesterday. It was Azir, Yunar, and Poppy that they kind of held on to for the majority of that series. And it looked like they're going to stick to that one once more.
Notice the approach from Koi at targeting Poby specifically. They really want to narrow that mid lane pool and really set up Jojo for success. With Talia being available, I wonder what the priority will be. Do they want to cement themselves a strong mid lane pick? It looks like that's going to be the direction.
And I think it makes a lot of sense for Koi as well. Jojo Pyum, we saw in an interview with Hotspawn earlier this week talking about how he feels like his side laning is now the big...
I dobar dan i dobrodošli moji, evo i mene zovemo i Mareta, ulećemo polako i u draft gejma broj 1 koji protiv Fanatika. Imamo dosta toga da pričamo. Tako da Mare, pre svega desi, da li si spreman za naše Worlds predstavnike?
Jesam. Ja sad tu da glazujem Oskara.
Pa dobro, i Rale je juče, tako da je jako interesantno. Slušao sam u stvari tek nakon serije koliko se Casey raspadao kao ekipa. I koliko...
Da, ja sam vidio pre nego što je počelo.
Jesi šta na Twitteru? Mislim, reci mi malo više meni, nama, svima, reci malo više o tome.
Ne, video sam da su i Sportsmanijakos na streamu pričali o raznim rumorima, kao glasinama, o tome kako će G2 probati da ponovo da kupi Kalista, kako Vladi nije skrimovao, nego je skrimovao niski, da KC gleda da kupe Sainta iz, čini mi se da je to Lion Gaming, iz LTA-a, tako da Vladi možda neće igrati za KC sljedeće godine, svašta.
Biće interesantno, da.
Baš je čudno jer kao Vladi je dobar bio, mislim, bio je jako dobar na zimu, posle je definitivno malo kao dipovao. Nije bio toliko dobar na proleće i na leto koliko je bio na zimu.
Ne znam, mislim, realno gledano i Kana je grifovo seriju, tako da mi su imali mnogo više problema od toga, ali vidjet ćemo, znaš, baš me zanima kao koliko je Fnatic step upao, koliko se Casey raspadao i saznaćemo danas. Jer ako se, koji bude držao, to nam govori jedno, ako Fnatic bude pobedio jako, to nam govori drugo, tako da vidjet ćemo kakva je situacija. Meni koji dalje ulazi kao blagi favorit ovde, specifično zato što smo u Španiji i koji samo ima više španskih fanova.
Ja mislim da je juče Fnatic, mislim, moje neko mišljenje je da su kao overperformovali juče i da je KC jako underperformovao. To je neko moje mišljenje.
Vidjet ćemo, bit će zabavno svakako, naravno, sve samo me podsjeti, nije nikakav problem.
Da, ja.
Izvolite. Čekaj samo sekund da vidim koji sam ti dao, pošto imam dva otvorena, dao sam ti pogrešan. Evo ti sad pravi. Tako.
Kolega, ovo je video vas iz teretane kako dižete 150 kila.
To je warm-up set,
Okej.
To je samo warm-up. Nisam onaj PR. Tristana, AD carry. Tristana, AD carry.
Damn. To je stari matchup, za ne?
Da, ali...
Tristana dobija early mid, a Kajsa dobija mid late.
Kajsa je smatrana za counter za Tristanu, zato što možda ju ultaš ulti. Kad te Tristana ulta i skoči away, ti možeš samo da ultaš nazad da nastaviš fight. Tako da generalno Kajsa, čuvaš W kad ti Tristana skoči na glavu, ne možeš da promašiš, tako da... Ne znam, vidjet ćemo. Čudno mi je malo, ali istovremeno sam intrigiran jer ja volim da igram Tristanu AD carry u solo queue, gdje je očigledno mnogo jača nego u kompetitivu. Tako da ovdje ako bude radila, to je znak da možda mogu da igram opet u solo queue Tristanu AD carry.
Mislim da je okej za ne. Ja mislim da je posljednji set promjena za Tristanu bio nešto da je izbaci iz mida i vrati na bot. No da to kao i dalje nije bilo dovoljno.
From what we saw from Fnatic starting off, a miracle run against KC. KC faltered, fell short, but Fnatic's coordination was off the charts. We got the peak form, the final form.
Fnatic jeste baš bio dobar juče, tako da vidjet ćemo. Što kažu, Fnatic se kvalifikovao već za Worlds, tako da jesu malkice opušteniji, ali sa druge strane i dalje ima da se igra, mislim da bilo kako bilo ekipa G2 je favorit u finalu. Tako da samo je pitanje ko će dotle doći.
Znaju se svi timovi na Worldsu.
Se znaju? Ja mislim da da sad. Da, pa da, sad je prošlo već dovoljno vremena.
Jer je Invictus danas prošao na Worldsu. I to je poslednji tim u 17. koji će igrati na Worldsu.
Eto, to je to.
Tako da ćemo 14. oktobra gledati Best of 5 između Invictus Gaminga i T1 za sam početak Worldsa. To će biti interesantno.
Ja moram da proverim, jer ne znam si video za EMEA Masters raspored. Pošto je
samo...
Kaži.
Vidio sam za prvi dan da Partizan igra sa Giantsima. Igraju od 5.
Da, ali je Leaguepedia interni raspored drugačiji, pa sam malo zbunjen.
Sam vidio samo
Vidio si Discord, jel' tako?
Ne, ja nisam na Discordu, tako da.
Okej.
Sam vidio na Leaguepediji, ja mislim.
Čekaj, moramo to da rešimo.
How they interacted with Poby and how they were able to remove their opposition from their own jungle. So MKOI, they want to go for this split push, they want to go for this 1-3-1, but they need to try and control Fnatic within that regard to make that work.
I think if we're talking about control, the hardest element's going to be this guy in the jungle. Quick side note.
A ne, kako? Čak i na Leaguepediji drugačije, actually.
Da, to ti kažem, mislim, nešto je promenjen raspored, nema što se događa.
Aha, interesantno. Ja sam video da je bilo od 5 prvi dan kad su izašli, ali izgleda je izmenjeno sve. Ma nema, ovi u Madridu eksplodirali navijači, Supo uzeo kill.
We know that Fnatic is typically a bot-focused team. Alioya clears his bot side jungle, makes a nice gank happen. First blood for MKOI.
I also think he just avoided the ward. I didn't quite get to see his pathing, but Mickey, a little bit of trouble here.
He's all right. He's going to walk it out at the very least. Alvaro got chunked out, but he healed up to 3. The minion wave getting pushed in, and that can't be denied. Upset there to receive. -2, but the rest of the wave.
And also Jojo Pyun positioning well here, just keeping himself out of harm's way from Poby. You can see that Razork was looking for some sort of answer in that regard, but not able to find it in the mid. Now he's starting to move up towards that top Scuttle Crab. I think he just looked to reset after this.
Razork can't do too much. Junglers will face each other in the eye pretty much, and for top Scuttle as they retreat and back off at the time being. It is a small lead over to MKOI, and it is that bot lane dagger that you were interested in, I know, and that also started with that summoner disadvantage of Super You burning barrier. They're now massively ahead. Upset on a Kai'Sa early with no summoners. Scream's dead. And another gank for me as Mia went great trade as well. We're looking at top lane, and Oscarinin doesn't really have the healing capabilities this early as he tries to get that Fury bar up. We'll have it now.
We kind of look at the state of the game right now, and given the wave state, Upset was still able to catch a lot of that wave on the bot side, so even though he fell short, he still finds himself with a small gold advantage in the AD carry matchup. Vi is now hovering towards the bot side of the map with Alioya looking for a repeat gank.
I mean, this repeat gank is going to hurt. As I said, Upset has absolutely nothing to jump in, and a satchel charge. Upset about to die again. Super gets the kill this time.
Casey je ipak bio u raspadu. Da. Ne može Kal Tristana, ljudi, da dobije 2 kila u 4. minuti. Znači, postoje stvari koje smeju da se dogode i stvari koje ne smiju da se dogode. Ovo je stvar koja ne sme da se dogodi.
A mislim, Alioya lepo igra, samo što ovi baš nisu poštovali gank. Ajde, okej, prvi im je došao iza leđa, ali ovaj drugi bez flasha na upsetu. Razork ni blizu na toj strani nije bio.
Jedina pozitivna stvar je buy od Supe, koji hoće da ide na Juntaler, hoće da skela, računat će game da traje, ali pošto nije imao za BF, ima pračku longsword refillable, što je baš loš buy, ali kao šta ćeš, nemaš bolji. Tako da i dalje će biti malo prostora gde Tristana kao da nije nafidana. Nafidana je, ali kao da nije, zato što praćka longsword, jeli? Da je ovo sad BF bio, ja bih rekao gotovo, GG. Satchel Charge uzima 2 plate-a u proseku. Ovako s ovim itemima će imati mnogo manji impact i dalje. Svi dalje jak.
MCoy with a firm grasp here over the early game in game 1.
But that wave on the top side is in a terrible position. It's pushing in towards Super. He is on Tristana, which makes the freezing a little bit more difficult. But Upset will still have to try and move.
Nema a little bit more difficult. Freezing je impossible s Tristanom.
Pa, baš frizovati s Tristanom.
Legitimno se ne događa.
Možda ako ne uzmeš E.
Pa da. Mislim da je E toggle, Tristana bi bila 10 puta bolji heroj. Da možda pališ, gasiš E. Ali onda ne bi mogo da ga kastuješ, jer kako ćeš na E da ga radiš dve stvari.
Super can get buffed out here. There is no buster shot to send him away. Alvaro and Super though. Super sus on this and the body slam still connects, but it's onto the cow. Alvaro at half HP, instant flash away and Razork doesn't pull the trigger of the ult.
The fact that the Q was down from Vi meant that there wasn't really any follow-up there, so Alvaro able to just get the pulverizing escape, but the ult underneath the tower.
There was a turret shot as well, but Oscar's completely fine. He just burrows out and Mirwin, as he clears that away, is now on ult down.
TP being used from Alvaro to get back to top lane. The contest over the Scuttle Crab that Aljoya and Jojo feel a lot more confident in. Mickey in a bit of an awkward spot here. Super takes a massive chunk of damage down onto him. The grub spawning in about 20 seconds, and we have to turn our attentions once again to the presence of the junglers. Aljoya controls the river. Super has the push in top lane. There's a bit of a fight over that midway, but it looks like Koi is going to be first on the objective.
I think this would be a terrible idea for Fnatic to try and contest. You just don't really have the damage, and you're just happy to try and get any.
Čekamo trenutak da Oscar pop-offuje. Ovaj game ide izgube, to je zato što Oscar samo razmatra teritoriju. Znači, razmatra situaciju da vidi koliko jako mora da ih doguje do kraja.
If he goes towards bot, he's not going to find anything off Mirwin, that's for sure. And Mbessa can be safe, and Oscar Renning can't really do that much damage, so 3 grubs and for a Tristana, guys. When you think about Mbessa and a side lane maybe later on with a couple of items, not a bad shout, but MCoy are just running the early game right now on the Rift.
Absolutely, and I feel like Koi is a team that yesterday we were talking on the desk about how we look at the bloodiness of teams, how many kills they're getting within the early game, and it's Koi that leads the pack. They're a team that is ready to scrap, they're happy to skirmish, they love to try and make stuff happen on the Rift, and so when they have a lead like this, they know how to press the advantage. The biggest criticism I've always had of Koi is when they enter the mid-game, they blunder. They make silly mistakes. We've heard it from them on the Euphoria podcast as well. Both Jojo and Alvaro were talking to us about how they sometimes just make these really silly mistakes. It's like their brains just turn off. And we saw it in their series versus G2. They had full control over that game. They had the Galio in the top lane, overextending. Things quickly fall apart.
We can backtrack to round 1 where the same happened with Fnatic. And even though Fnatic had some blunders in that series, it feels like both teams were kind of playing catch and ball. And so for MCoy, it's something that they share with Fnatic at the very least.
And that's the thing. Coming into today, the question mark is, can MCoy clean up those silly mistakes? Because we have seen and we know the potential of this roster, and this is where I really do think the home field advantage will give them that edge of focus. They already find themselves with a 1.4k gold lead. Dragon is spawning in about a minute's time. That pressure is moving towards the bot side as Fnatic threatening a dive.
On the Mirwin, the wave is up for grabs. He wants to clear it all, but Poby coming in to help the dive. The miss of the ulti from Mirwin and hit into a wall. Poby takes the kill,
dive.
and Mickey helps the dive with the tank.
And that's a little silly mistake from Mirwin there. He could have ended up backing away, not gone down. Now, because you actually get the cross map, you will end up trading at least on the plates when it comes to it. But I think Mirwin should not have been left alone there.
Big shot comes out. Oscar Rennan, he's fine. He's the tank. He'll absorb the pressure of Jojo right now, but obviously Jojo didn't opt to ulti up to that top lane. The play was just too quick from Fnatic.
But I think it was the right.
Namišljamo o tome kako su stvari jako lepo draftovali, gdje su dali Mirwinu da blinda Ambesu, jer realno gledano premalo stvari hard stompa Ambesu. Ok je da Oscar igra Rexa i da se rotiraju, da igraju tako, je kao Oskar je tank pa će biti koristan, ali neće biti matchup koji mu baš loš. Tako da sa te strane mi ima smisla da mu daju Ambesu, jer su skinuli i Oskaru. Juče je Oskar baš dobro igrao Ambesu, tako da mislim da je to dobar take-away ako ništa.
Da, to je dobra odluka za koji. Mislim, oni svakako... Jedino što Mirvin a Mirvin je sličan kao i Broken Blade meni, gdje obojica na tim meta pikovima umeju da budu jako čudni. Gdje je nekad bolje da ih pustiš da igraju svoj neki pik nego da igraju metu.
Has one chance to pick the right skin that complements the man that's been here for 2 days straight, and he picks the high noon Alistair. What is the problem? Oh, flash rise on instant dive.
O, dobar.
Nema veze, a ne.
Ima flash supa, može da igra, samo da beži desno još. Okej. Ne znam zašto Alvaro fokusira razorka sa Q-om.
Piki? Wow.
Great response from Elyoya as Poby goes underneath the tower. Maybe he stepped too far. He's forced to flash away.
O, jao. Oj, jao, ma to je gotovo. Ma to je dumt.
Pa radi Goat, Poby.
Giga dumt, turbo dumt, mega dumt. Dumt.
This game is getting out of control as Koi find fight after fight. Elyoya is everywhere.
Sad će Oskar biti kriv na kraju. Kako Oskar može biti kriv u ovom gameu kad troluje Poby? Vi šta radi lik?
And overall things are going all the way in favor of Koi.
Razork might have been born in Madrid, but Madrid belongs to MKOI right now, and it's
Mislim, probali su lepo da odrade kombo, da ubiju Tristana, ali Tristana je samo predugo preživala i onda u tom trenutku kao šta ćeš da radiš?
Da, nisi imali dovoljno damage za taj instant burst na njoj.
Super making it harder for Upset to really get the damage down, and then Elyoya arrives, that stun to really lock down Upset, making it difficult for him to do anything. 0-3-2 now the scoreline for Upset.
As we come back in as well, MKOI have full control over this jungle. Now Razork is getting the scraps. That's the Gromp for now. But MKOI using that pressure to spread between mid, spread between bot. They control the rift, but have they gone too deep by themselves? AORUS says not. He pops Razork away. Elyoya with the damage. Poby comes in to save the day.
Pa, ali jer Miki troluje, no?
No, mi su samo doomed ovaj game skroz, mislim ovo ne igrivo sad. Previše izrifovali, previše su pali behind.
The wall from Jojo was spectacular, arriving at just the right time to allow for Koi to win out on another skirmish, and we said this from the draft.
Izrifovali su Tristanu na trećoj minuti. Mislim kao samo to, ako kreneš da radiš ti ne igraš.
As you say, Betty, MKOI are just not giving them a moment's breath to get themselves back on their feet. Alvaro now on the top side. He's spotted late.
Tek sad je video Alvaro.
With the tremor sense, he's got a tunnel system, and that's going to get him out of dodge. I think Alvaro was close to wanting to get in with a Hex Flash, but could not.
But it's bought the time Mirwin needs to reset to come back out now for this Rift Tower, which is just about to spawn, and that's going to be the next focus point. And Oscar Renan still in
an angle, a great one from Alvaro. Oscar Renan might think he's tanky, but not
again. Ovi ih ubiš. Ovi ih ubiš.
Da sam Oskar, ja bi sad rekao team diff samo. I ljudi prefidali samo ostatak map.
2-0-5 for Elyoya, 1-0-6 for Alvaro. I mean, this jungle support combo is working beautifully in this game. 8-2 the scoreline. Fnatic is doing what they can.
Što na kraju krajeva Fnatic nema ni ono kao mislim, okej, imat će relativno dobar late game, ali nije ono kao da imaju milion damage-a pa da kažeš okej, scalujemo za nekako Kajsa će biti jedina, I guess Rexa će raditi damage, ali...
A mislim, nemaju toliko bolje late game da ignorišu deficit koji su sami sebi napravili u ovom delu partije, mislim da to možda je poenta.
Pa što?
Ne znam, ja se, mislim, vraćam na isto da stvarno nisam znao da KC ima toliko internih problema i baš sam se nekako iznenadio. I kad sam posle otvorio Twitter, vidio sam LS da komentariše i mnogo ljudi komentariše kao da, kao Fnatic je dobio, ali dobio je KC koji se raspada. Vidio sam da je Vladi počeo proziva fanbase K-Corpa. Da kao ono, igrao je dugo za KC, ali kao fanbaza KC je najgora publika ikada. I znaš, Žaki su Francuzi, to ako im kažeš, mislim, istina je, ali to ako im kažeš oni polude. I onda su ga vratno još jače prozivali i onda se to snowballalo i eto. Gdje se završi.
Mislim, najtužnije je što je u prošloj seriji Vladi igrao kao da je niski.
Ja sam čak i pričao da mislim da je niski trebao da uđe peti game.
Dobro, petog gema nije bilo.
Mislim, treći game očeva, je. Zadnji game, nebitno. Trebao je da uđe.
Možda.
Kad su bili two down.
Jer kao, navodno je da su u skrimovima, to jest neke glasine bile da su u skrimovima KC igrao mnogo jače sa niskijem i kao više su se trudili nego sa Vladijem. E sada, to je došlo od eSports Maniakos, koji su Španci i koji su Kojijevi novinari. Tako da može se uzeti ono kao sa malo sumnje, ali i dalje. Očigledno se nešto dešavalo. Samo je pitanje šta.
Ja znam, mislim, juče ja bih rekao da je Kana, to jest ne bih rekao, Kana je samo fact bio najveći problem. Mislim da čak nije ni Vladi bio, Vladi ništa spec nije radio, ali nije ni grifovo, Kana je legit grifovo. Oskar ga solo killuje 4 puta u 5 minuta, mislim... Čak sam mu dao benefit od out i rekao sam kao pa da, counter pikovi ovo ono, ali evo, mislim. I ovdje je Oskar mogo da counter pikuje Mirvina, pa Mirvin je umro 17 puta, ja ne ja.
Considering their success rate and their time at Madrid so far, the crowd's packed out, and we know, yes, for Fnatic partially, but man, MKOI are filling the seats.
Fnatic are definitely trying to set up for picks, though. You can see the amount of ward coverage that they have on this bottom side of the map, and even Oscar in and on that.
Mislim, Fnatic na Worldsu je nekako očekivana stvar, bez obzira na njihov rezultat stalno. Jer ti kad pogledaš, Fnatic je bio na Worldsu 13 od 15 puta, da ne? 15 Worldsa je bilo.
Tako je, da.
Da li je 15 ili 16, ne znam tačno, kao. Ali 13 od 15 puta. Mislim, samo 2 godine su kao propustili. To je velika stvar, to je ono, kad odeš u kladionicu na početku godine ti se kladiš da će, sad moram što tako kažem, ne mislim da bi to neko uradio, ali kao ako bi uradili to je sigurna dobit skoro.
Ne znam, ove godine je moglo i da bude drugačije da je KC bio malo pribraniji, ali eto, boomovali su u
čudno, jer bili su tako dobri na zimu.
Da?
Just goes through and he's out every time. That was the second time around that MKOI have tried to find something on Oscar Rinnan, but he survives.
But it is Fnatic having to cede space as Mickey, he's on the wrong side, and here's the team.
Mickey je mrtav. Wow. He je rasput sistema, I guess.
Just makes him meet.
Silly positioning there from Mickey. Didn't really have the pressure on the map to be that deep into the enemy jungle. And Alyoya has already demonstrated time and time again he's ready to collapse at a moment's notice. Jojo going to keep pushing in this side lane, getting good damage onto Oscar. The slow from their allies doing work.
Yeah, another tunnel though. He's going to be okay, but you can see, as you said, the damage is starting to mount up quicker than Oscar Rinnan can get these HP items, and it's going to get worse as well as that needlessly large turn.
But this is exactly where MKOI wants Fnatic. As you say, like, Oscarinen can't stand in a side lane by himself. Kobe can't really either. So MKOI are getting control over the side lanes. Super already has push advantage.
Ja mislim da oni nemaju s čim da igraju legitimno. Mislim, nema šta ovde. Koji vodi 5000 golda u 20 minuta, a ne čini mi se kao da su nešto ono skloni grifovanju u ovoj seriji za sad, tako da vidjet ćemo. To kažem da će vratno da randownuju posle, ali za sada to izgleda dosta čisto od koja.
A toga je nokapovalo, on je živ.
On je fajn i sad će dobiju fight. Supa nema kill. Mora jedan basic. Sad ima kill.
Varo, lepo. Čekaj, Supa, ovo je grif ipo, actually. Holy. Supa je otrolovao jako.
Mirvin mora sada samo da ubije upseta odmah.
Ali Oskar mora da piluje moj goat za upseta. Upset čuva flash za sljedeću seriju, sljedeći game, I guess.
Mirwin does a great job of surviving here. A quick flash as he uses his mobility to get as far away as possible. The redemption buying him a little bit more time. 3 members of Fnatic find themselves now very deep, and it becomes easy for Koi to get the re-engage.
Supa, šta radi, ja ne znam. Ima sreće što imaju toliki lead.
No, ovdje su mogli baci game. On je bio loš fight. Mislim, loš fight, samo što kažeš, da nisu toliko ahead.
Ovdje je upset trebao da flashuje. Trenutak kad je pao Miki. Treba samo da flashuje napolje. Ne znam zašto je čuvao flash.
Biti AD carry i čuvanje Summonera daj bolji duo.
Mislim, možda se plaši dive-a u sljedećem fightu?
Mislim, igraš Kaisu, imaš Evolve, imaš ulti. To bi trebalo budi više nego dovoljno budeš u životu, osim ako nisi baš nešto turbo van pozicije. Ako ne baciš ono u protivnike i ultaš u protivnike i onda nemaš defanzivne toolove, ali ako se plašiš dive-a, samo prilagodiš kako igraš.
Ovo može biti solo kill za Oscara, bez problema. Ne, nevermind, dolazi Elio.
The Pantheon there, it's too much. Perhaps a caster blessing for the first time in history, because it's that duo that really has been standout for me in this game. Jojo's just incredible laning has amassed his individual lead to an incredible amount, and Elyoya has been everywhere on the map. Koi is so clearly locked in here in game 1, and they have been rampant from start to finish.
And how do you try and fight back against this as Fnatic? You're 6k in the deficit. You're still waiting on an upset to really come online. And the dive is just not working. MKOI are so strong and have so many ways to deal with that as well. The Zhonya's Hourglass now for Jojo. Supa with the buffers. And even we saw like Mirwin, who's using that ultimate in fights just to deny the CC, even if he wasn't hitting people. Fnatic just feel lost against MKOI.
And I think one of the biggest differences that Fnatic is experiencing now is yesterday was kind of a slower mid-game, right? KC weren't drafting super aggressive compositions. They were more trying to react to what Fnatic was doing on the map. But Koi, as you were saying earlier, Dagda, fast-paced, and they're looking for another
win once again. Ovi su skroz odvojeni, šta razmišljate, treba da se radi u game.
Super doesn't even get ulted in the end as Razork is down. MKOI 5 versus 4.
Trenutno deluje kao da svako priča na svom jeziku maternjem.
Vidi, moguće. Veoma moguće, veoma moguće.
Obi uleće sa a svi ostali beže iz fajta. Jumpuj upsete. Gdje je igrač?
Mousepad punished them so much more than KC could. They didn't get to scale. They didn't get these 1-2 items on things like the Kaiser, on the Galio as well, on that full dive. This game felt like it was over at the 15-20 minute mark. And it is
4 minute mark kolega Kasteru. Kada Tristana bude 2-0-1 u 4. minuti, onda si već dum u startu.
A dobro, ali pričao si, uzela je praćku.
Jeste, ali poenta je što, znaš, mislim, ubrzat će joj Juntal svakako, ubrzat će joj ono, taj skill koji ne bi smela da ima kao Tristana u competitive gameu pogotovo, tako da u smislu kao kad se tukla na levelu 4 nije toliko jaka koliko bi bila da je imala za BF, nije on kriv, nije imao golda. Ali taj acceleration je svakako dobio i svakako će biti dosta jači zbog toga.
But I would love to see a Baron force from Koi really put that extra pressure onto Fnatic.
I think this is where you get to see what is the headspace Koi came into after that G2 loss, where they end up throwing that near 10k gold lead. If the Baron isn't going to be their focus, I think it is just, hey, we need to just play...
Ja i dalje mislim da ako odu do finala će G2 vratno ih prebije, ali mislim da jedino Koi ima šanse. Mislim da Fnatic baš nema nikakve šanse protiv G2-a.
Nimalo. Fnatic ima svakako mentalni blok protiv G2-a, tako da ih ne bi dobili i da imaju prime fakera, ono.
I da imaju šanse, nemaju šanse.
Da.
From their playoff journey so far, from their split so far as well.
So my only criticism of Koi is that they had such a massive item advantage by not putting pressure on that Baron there. They've allowed Fnatic a little bit of time to get a few components.
That is true.
And I think that Upset is now actually going to go back to base and he's going to complete the Nash's tooth. And it's these small items that can make the difference in these fights. And there's the Nash's.
Ne, ko je favorit sigurno, mislim tu nema šta.
Where Fnatic have been given a little bit of breathing room. Like, I'm not saying that it's going to be game-changing, of course, but
it matters.
It gives Fnatic a few more options to fight back.
It does feel like MKOI, it's like, okay, not going to fully send it, and now we're not going to do it anything at all. But for now, MKOI still hold control, so it's not to say that this game won't come to a crushing end here with 15 seconds as Mickey gets away from the seismic shove. AORUS gets tagged out. That soul is up for MKOI next as Elyoya finds Poby in the target, but Upset flies in the shield, blocks everything, but Elyoya is isolated. He flushes over the wall, he gets out Redemption. To heal only Mickey up, but Fnatic have a window, have a chance, jumping into Alvaro, Oscar Renan, he's in the middle of it all.
Mickey, lepo, Mickey. Zapravo. Wait a second. Oni throwuju Sajna. A ne, nema.
Ček, polako, stani, niko Supu ne dira.
Da, nikad ne dira.
Možda ga dira Razork. Supa je izrifao poziciju malo. I dalje je fajn, ima reset. Nije, Supa opet grifuje. A Supa opet grifuje. Supa je 2 put zagrio, on je ulto ceo fight.
Ne, Sundered Sky je samo najjači item u igri. Znači, ne ironično.
Nešto se Elioja ima ovde. Supa je izrifovao, ali Supa je izrifovao. I to je baš hard izrifovao.
Oh my god.
Elioja je veliki play u Španiji, zamisli.
Da, znači, publika je odlepila.
To nema nigde.
That was so bloody close to an MKOI throw.
It starts with honestly an Elyoya
Mislim, Supa je izgrifovao život 3 puta s 3 stanom i ovolikim leadom, to nikad ne smeš da dozvoliš, mislim, nema šta.
Ode Miki jako lepo, pogledaj.
Jeste.
Jojo falls, Upset becomes the main carry, but Superstar Live, we're back to live.
Poby gets a stun, he gets a taunt rather, flashes away, Elyoya on the chase with the movement speed, doesn't find it. It's because Baron is up, so Elyoya at the right place at the right time. And we are back to square one. We have a soul on Movistar Koi. So the game is just as doomed.
Meni je samo nevjerovatno da Sundered Sky tokom čitave godine nije nerfovan kao item.
Ha, ne znam, ja i dalje mislim da nije toliko jak, samo je onako deceptively strong je. Zato što ne vidiš taj direktan value dok se ne dogodi, ali ti kad pogledaš realno, ono, imaš condition pod kojim taj Sunder daje ogroman value, a recimo Sterak dobije shield koji ti je dupli, koji ti je 2 proka Sundera u shieldu koji se teže countera nego heal. Zato mislim Sunder nije toliko jak. Jer određene statove vidiš, određene ne vidiš. Upfront, Thunder Base statovi su ok, nisu ništa spec. To healovanje se čini ogromno, da, jer moraš da budeš low i moraš da prokuješ basic, a većina tih heroja nemaju neki veliki attack speed i nije kao turbo lako da to executuješ. Sa sterakom kao dobiješ shield i vidiš koji si value dobio. Ovo je samo game, inače, mislim, koji ako ne znam, ne rundownuju 3 put kao što je Supa pokušao, nemaju kako da izgube game, najverovatnije.
Miki je katastrofa danas. Ulti su mu... Mene gađa s ultima.
Jest, ali ne znam. U njegovu odbranu jest teško igrati Gragasa kad si behind.
Da.
Ona, nije baš najzahvalnije. Tako da to ćemo mu dati, benefit of the doubt.
Bomba, sad radi tipa 20 damage-a jer nema AP iteme.
Mid-wave's getting pushed in, or rather, at least intercepted. 4 members with Baron keep the streamline of minions in the top wave, and Fnatic. This defense gets harder and harder. Poke damage is not even doing that much from upset.
MKOI, though, they don't need to rush this. They've done good damage on the top side. They have another wave now approaching in mids. Rather than try and play off the bot wave, they do seem a little bit indecisive here as Fnatic is amassed their members in the mid lane. But they're just waiting for the super minions to start stacking up in top lane. There's the first wave. Koi. Looks like they don't want to push their advantage much more. Mickey with a very deep position here.
Mega deep. Mickey with the flank of all flanks at 12,000 down. He's looking for super, surely. But who's with him?
Question is this a famous Sven flank, or is this a flank that could change everything? They found Jojo.
Alvaro's by himself, but MKOI taking away the turret. Okay, they jump into Jojo, but he goes gold.
Ali on ima zonju, mislim. Kao super. Pa dobro, mislim, izgubili su game svakako, ali kao...
Previše grešaka, mislim, nema šta. Zaslužen defeat Fnatica, zaslužena pobjeda Koja također, nema šta. Igrali su lepo, znali su kako da snowballuju, early game im je bio dosta čist. Tako da mislim da niko ništa ne može da kaže ni Koju. Mislim, nije da se Fnatic raspadao koliko je samo Koji lepo odigrao mapu.
Da. Bar nije bilo one dugačke pauze na prvom gameu, tako da...
Ja, da, juče je bilo kritično i to baš kritično. Prvi game sat i 15 minuta je trajao, ja mislim, ukupno.
Da. Znam da sam ja došao tipa 45 minuta i ono je bio tek početak prvog gamea i ja sam bio u fazonu šta se desilo ovdje.
Napeto je bilo. Mislim ćemo mi, ja se nadam, dobiti neki intervju, pošto smo to radili juče, tako da mali intervju, nakon toga pauzice, 11 minuta i ide Game Break 2.
Absolutely, yes. I think his early game was very good. If you watch closely, LCK and LPL, it is quite popular right now to level 3 gank. And something that Fnatic was actually anticipating, they had that ward in that little pixel brush in the river, but they didn't expect Yoya coming from behind and getting that early kill. I feel like that just snowballs the matchup. I think as soon as Fnatic is playing from behind, they can't really snowball, they don't have enough damage. So I believe it was played well by Yoya.
And that's exactly what they need, because yesterday everything from Fnatic was, you know, still going through the top side, but at the same time it was always about upset being good in the game. And what better way to cut, you know, a team's, you know,
strength.
Momentum walking into a series like that, then to just level 3 gank bot off tempo.
Yeah, Jankos, what do you think about that, right? That MKOI, they saw the match yesterday. Do you think this is just an expert way to approach this best of 5? They said, no, you won't be able to count on Oscar because you're going to have to only look bot.
Well, I believe that not only the gameplay itself, but I believe in the draft already they were trying to cut their wings, right? Oscar was forced to Rek'Sai. It is one of his best champions, but I still think Ambessa is so much stronger, has so much more agency. And as soon as the early game doesn't really go well, when they cut Upset, when they cut Mickey, the team is gonna struggle, right? Razork Vi, I am a big fan of his Vi, but I do think he has some bad games. And in this game, unfortunately, he was not really able to put out anything. And this is the gang that changed everything. Yeah, I want to drop some like Cope Max take here. And I think because everything that could have went wrong for Fnatic really went wrong, right? Upset, your star player, starts this game off 0-2 at 18 minutes. The bot lane was combined 1 and 8. Yet still, Fnatic found some good fights. They found some good picks.
It was one fight. It was one fight.
I think they still showed quite a bit of life in them, which made me think that if bot lane doesn't go like this, which it shouldn't, right? If they ward better, they play better around Elioya.
I think that's insane, Cope. I think that's
I'm
insane,
really happy that you started by saying it's insane, Cope, because it was insane, Cope, because what MKOI did is just an absolute shocker, because right now Fnatic needs to go back to the drawing board, and, you know, it's the best way to have this first game, because you get to see, okay, this is what we're up to today.
We talked so much about Elioya and how he didn't really get to play so much in front of the Spanish crowd because he came up in the pandemic. He did it at the road trip. He's doing it again. Jankos, just between us, how good is Elioya really? And is he better than historical Jankos?
Well, actually, I did. Oh, wait, hold on, don't call me out like that. I mean, I did talk to him a little bit yesterday in the interview, and he did mention something that, you know, he loves playing from Spanish crowd because it is his home ground. He's in Madrid, he's in Spain. Same as Razork, though. But Elioya, I feel like he's a really smart player. That's his strength. Mechanically, he can play his champion. He can play them to a very high level. But I think game plans is truly where he shines. And you could actually see how well he prepared MKOI for this game, for game 1 already. And it is a very important opening game because let's remember, Fnatic yesterday against KC, they look way more solid. And not only that, Fnatic also had the stage experience. This was MKOI's first game, and already they put on such a show. I mean, I'm low-key supporting Fnatic, and I'm shaking right now.
Yeah.
And even for the captain role that we see him, even now, as you see, when everything goes badly for them, he finds this wonderful cue in a moment where it just sent the crowd roaring.
Look at the cojones on that man to go for this play.
This is what we wanted to see from him from early game, to get agency, to become the main character in the game, because everything was made around him, and he's just showing up even when times are rough.
And I don't know if they thought, oh my God, never mind. This is crazy. They threw a 10K gold lead versus G2, right? And that was not so long ago. I think he was like, this is not happening again. I will personally, Jack, make sure that that doesn't happen again.
Yeah, because you gotta feel if Elioya dies there and Fnatic gets the dragon, suddenly this is a pretty close game that could go either way. And that's, I mean, going back to my Cope Max take, like the bot lane was completely on fire and they still had this fight that could have turned out so differently, but Elioya was the difference maker, and my God, was he on today.
Imagine, Odoamne, that you are Oscar Rinnan and you are in this game and you come off the high of yesterday, right? It's all you. It's all you the whole day. You're playing phenomenally. How do you step into these games now that this is happening?
Well...
You're tilted?
No, I mean, okay, well, it is quite...
I think Upset should say, my bad, I'm sorry, team, and then Oscar goes in with a fresh mindset.
Yeah, well, when you're in those games and you see your ball lane dying, you know, at 2:30 in the game, usually as a top laner, you sit there and you're like, ooh, I hope you guys won't die again. I'm going to try to do my best and do well, because he was doing fine. He was keeping the game under control for a while, but he's just like... They just made the sprint out of it.
I'm sorry, I have to disagree with this a little bit. I feel like Oscar yesterday, in fact, was on fire, and I was praising him a lot. But I feel like today in this game, yeah, sure, his laning phase was decent. He was going even. But are you supposed to go even into Rex and Bessa matchup? I feel like you're supposed to get ahead.
He was like 20 CS ahead.
He was a little bit ahead from lane swap. With the demolish. Okay, he got two plates, but then he was getting caught on silent every time. And you can argue with Avengers going to his lane.
His game is so hard to play. I'm the top laner. You listen. So as a top laner, if the game is on fire, you get the...
You blame the jungler.
You can't do anything. Yeah, you blame the jungler.
You need to play like the boss.
No.
Get waves deep.
As a top laner, you need the game to be even to have maximum impact, and that's what he had yesterday, and that's why he was able to get so much agency in the game compared to this one.
So what I'm hearing is you need to coddle the top laners, otherwise they will just...
Of course, gang top lane.
So it means basically you have to be ahead as a top laner or you can't play, which means you have to be careful with your team, which means top lane is used to the role, which means you have to buff it. But whenever Zeus plays top lane, suddenly he's the most OP role.
There we go. And listen, I don't know if you guys are new gens, they used to be on a team together, so...
Yeah, that's why he never ganked top.
A long time ago.
I mean, actually, it's the perfect time for the little joke.
But when I played with him, he never ganked bot.
When I was playing with Jankos, when I was asking him to gank top because top is OP role, you know what he would say? don't worry. If the enemy jungler is there and you die, you don't die in real life. It's only a game. And guess what? Guess what? Jungler was always there. And then Janko says, well, at least you didn't die in real life.
Hey, but imagine with that mindset, we made it to World Semifinals.
Good point. World Semifinals. There was nothing fraudulent about that run.
Yo! I came here to get roasted by everybody.
You even got to the World Finals, didn't you? So
that's true.
We don't talk about it, though. Hey, we didn't even talk about Supa because he was also... Even though Elioya was there, he did exactly what he needed to do, right, Jack?
I think this Tristana pick was just genius. Like, honestly, I don't know why this champion isn't being played more. It's so good into this Kai'Sa. It shuts down the Gragas Mickey pick. Like, Mickey tried to go for these creative plays on him, but you just always buffer every single combo. It's so hard for Vi to play into it as well. And his spacing was really good. His laning phase was really good. Like, even if Vi can get an ultimate off here onto Supa, he's just going to W it away and he's fine.
It's just overall a great pick because it's so clear and cut what Fnatic's teamcom wants to do. We saw that yesterday, multiple games where they just want to dive, pull the trigger, and assassinate the ADC or pretty much anyone they find. And with Tristana, you just have unlimited mobility off of resets. Yeah, you know, it sucks he died in that fight, but he still got a lot of damage down. But at the same time, it's just a pick that gives him a lot of agency.
Jack, give us some cope then, going into game 2 for Fnatic.
I really think if bot lane looks more stable, you ward better, you play better around the US early ganks.
Something I don't know.
That's like lame analysis.
Okay, hold on.
Sorry, but the bot lane was 1-8. What do you want me to say?
I actually am counting for Fnatic as well, so I'm going to say that I think it is going to be on Razork. I believe that we need a pro jungler with more agency. I don't think, yeah, sure, he's great on Vibe, but I think we need to put him on something that he can actually shine with. Maybe a Jaravan, maybe something else like a Sejuani, anything that has early ganks, and then he has to be the one going to bot lane, he has to be the one supporting his teammates. And then from early game, if Fnatic is more stable, I think we can see them, you know, winning.
Some things never change. Jankos and Sejuani. We're going to take a quick break. Thank you. This was really entertaining. And when we come back, game 2 between Fnatic and MKOI.
Absolutely nothing to jump in, and a satchel charge upset about to die again. Super gets the kill this time. Mickey's up for a kill as well, and they give the second one to the Legend AD carry.
Maybe he stepped too far. He's forced to flash away.
Goes to Maxis, though, sends the rock down. Mama's getting low side, big shove, and Bobby's down.
Hold. My son.
Running for his life. It's 2 versus 1, but why do I think Elioya can win this? Jumping in.
Incredible play there from...
Oh, that was incredible. You love to see it.
Right, yeah, let's really
What a move! He's just so good. I mean, the persistence, the patience to find the angle. You just don't see that from rookies. I think he's got it all. He's got the bad.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Ooh, that looks good. Do you want to maybe share a little bit? Yeah.
What a move!
Red Bull gives you wings.
Join the WhatsApp.
Join the WhatsApp?
We're now approaching the final pick, and what a ride it's been.
A moment of hesitation, but we're getting closer to the game changer, and what a legendary journey we've been on.
I mean, there's so many excellent options, but one of them has to be a perfect fit.
Oh, they're about to lock in.
Whoa, what a pick!
What a way to close things out.
Join Marriott Bonvoy for a chance to claim a free Hextech chest and key. Marriott Bonvoy, a check-in at every checkpoint.
Want to level up beyond the Rift? Express like a legend and find your fastest server in one tap. Express in game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. It's time to Express. Scan to start your 14-day free trial. Subscribe to unlock free Hextech chests and keys.
MKOI opens up the score here in this best of 5 series, and I had the chance to be at top of the mountain by the time the game ended, and I can only tell you one thing: it is boiling warm up there. Honestly, you guys don't realize the players are gonna have to stay focused, stay steady for as long as this series goes, and it is already super hot up there. Something else, you might have heard the atmosphere from the fans on stream, but I can only tell you one thing: you can feel that crowd, you can feel the energy that they're giving the players, and that mountain, when the crowd is roaring, it is absolutely shaking. Now, I was with Fnatic during the last moments, and I was trying to grab some reactions, see how the players were feeling. Not defeated at all. The first player who took his headset off was upset, followed by the rest of the players, and the first thing they did when they stood up was patting each other on the shoulder, giving themselves some words of reassurance, especially to the mid laner Poby. They look great, they look focused. On the side of MKOI, business as usual. They won game 1 convincingly, and they want to do it again. Now, casters, what do we think is going to happen for game 2?
That's a good question, because I think it's going to be more than boiling warm. I love that simply because that's what game 1 felt like. It was getting a little bit hot, but then I realized it was still warm because there was only one big team fight where Fnatic almost came back from 6-7k disadvantage. But MKOI destroyed the game otherwise, gents. Like, that early game, I think, was pretty clinical.
Yeah, especially when we looked at Fnatic yesterday, they looked like hot stuff, but MKOI found a way to turn up the temperature even further. And now, as we get ourselves into draft,
let's go.
What's going to be cooking on both these sides?
All right, my attention draws towards that mid lane for Fnatic. Poby's Galio is a comfort pick of his, but we saw that Koi really pinched that pool in game 1. They wanted to get themselves a strong mid-jungle duo, but now with the Talia path gone, Ryze going to be removed. Does that increase the priority on the Orianna? It's looking likely the lock-in comes through for Fnatic.
Yeah, the Cassiopeia ban said to me that at least Fnatic were eyeing up the potential for the Ryze early, but with the ban, the immediate Orianna pick, and I imagine now we're going to see things like the Xin Zhao, the Wukong for Razork potentially being, unless Elyoya steals away that Wukong there and sets up for a really strong combo between that jungle and top lane.
Now, we are looking likely at either a Jarvan or a Xin. The problem with the Jarvan early is there's still a lot of options that can do well against it. Ezreal, of course, a champion that's still up and available. Right now, it looks like that Fnatic,
lagani game 2. Vidimo da li će Fnatic išta moći da uradi. Ovaj put su na plavoj strani, tako da će Oskar morati da blinda. Koji ih je ugazio prvi game po draftu, mnogo mi sviđa šta rade. Tako da vidjet ćemo kako će završiti ovaj draft, ali jako mi se sviđa šta ovdje pokušava da uradi ekipa koja je u draftu.
Jon, Jojo se osjeća, što ja mislim skroz fair. Lepo je igrao prvi game.
They're going to go with the Yone instead. It has been a bit of a Jojo and Jackie special, but Jojo definitely been more than capable of taking this Yone to its win.
Something you mentioned, Dagda, was his side lane prowess is something he has a lot of confidence in. And in the matchup into Orianna, that's the one thing Orianna does very poorly. She hates sitting isolated on a side lane, but Jojo with a champion like this can really wreak some havoc and really put some pressure onto Poby. And paired up alongside the AP of the Rumble, MKOI do have a nice damage portfolio being built, with Aurora being taken off the board. The Ezreal ban heavily suggesting that Jarvan is the direction Fnatic's taking.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head there, Betty. The Ezreal taken away definitely feels like a J4 option. I thought they'd go with the Gwen second ban here, though, for MKOI, because Oscarinen had a fantastic performance on that yesterday versus Kana, and it's something that can do very well into that Rumble as well as Oscarinen showed. So I think this is going to be a pretty simple of Razork taking the engage, having Oscarinen on the Gwen, and rounding out Fnatic for a very strong teamfight composition.
I think Fnatic might be thinking about Cassante if they just want something safe to play into the Rumble, because I would assume that Aurora would be the usual response with Rek'Sai gone as well and Sion taken out. I don't know if Fnatic have many good carry answers into the Rumble, so instead I wonder if the tank will be that direction. Support should be the priority here for Koi, but of course they could pick AD carry, given that they do know what Fnatic is looking into the bot side of the map.
If this was a role reversal, I'd say Varus top for me when, you know, would be something we'd consider.
Absolutely.
For Oscarinen, it's like, he ain't that kind of player. So I like the Cassante
može igrati tehnički i tanka nekog.
Is rounding out a very solid send it draft, right? There's good tools to start a fight.
But the thing is, by not
može dalje igrati Orna, nije najbolji matchup, ali Orn je Orn na kraju krajeva.
Okej, Orn Nocturne. Pa dobro.
On in the top lane. We haven't seen him for a while here in the LEC, but he's back. A relatively safe option into the Rumble will, of course, struggle early, but
mislim da je što koncepta tiče ok, obe ekipe imaju dobru ideju. Malo me brine ako Nocturne padne behind, mislim neće imati puno damage-a. Jer Oriani treba vremena da scale-a, Orn nema previše, onda mora Zaja da nosi, a to zna da bude malo nezgodno.
Pitam se koji će build pobići. Hoće li nastaviti svojim agresivnim buildovima?
Pa ja mislim će morati šta više. Jer kažem, mislim da je stvarno leko je damage ako Nocturne ne dobije neki veliki lead.
with the Nocturne Oriana, they have a chance. But again, MKOI, they were the ones off the bat first. They were the ones that told Fnatic where and when they couldn't walk. And now MKOI are going to see if they can run away with this.
And I feel like when Elyoya dictated the pace so much in game one, giving him a champion that can run to 6 and then run the Rift is once again giving him opportunity to run the game. MKOI, it's their home crowd advantage, even though Fnatic are sporting Oscarinen and Razork. And after yesterday's support, you know that it goes so much further.
Znači ti kažeš koji 3-0 sada?
Pa mislim da nije nerealno. Mislim da nije nerealno, iskreno. Ako dobiju drugi game, ja mislim da je 3-0. Mislim da, ne znam, kažem, Fnatic jeste pobedio KC, ali očigledno je KC imao mnogo više internih problema nego što sam ja mislio kad sam gledao juče. Bukvalno kako se završio taj meč, tako sam otvorio Twitter i video sam milion komentara za stanje K-Corpa, nezadovoljstvo fanova itd. itd. Naravno, mislim, roster swapova će biti, ali to je, ja mislim, i više nego normalno.
Playing in an environment like this, you can really see the impact and the caliber of a player that he is. Now on the Wukong, we expect him to have less.
Mi mislim, KC, pošto nije otišao na vrlo, znamo. Njihovi fanovi stvarno jesu toksični. Što mnogo vole svoje igrače, ali su spremni da ih isprozivaju također ako ne performaju.
Osim Kalista.
Osim Kalista, to je istina. Ne, Kalista samo nikad ne underperforma ako njih pitaš.
Da, to jeste istina.
On ne pravi greške, on samo, to je team div samo kad on inta.
During COVID, I was doing a lot of LPL, and I didn't see this guy's rise to fame. But over the years, what a success story. I think one of the most exciting stories currently in the LEC is how this guy also just doesn't seem to miss out on World.
Absolutely. The man is kind of stock standard when it comes to international competition. And with the KOI roster that he has right now, I think he, along with so many others, see the potential of this roster. And we want to see it realized as they fight to make their way back into the summer finals.
Interesting to see, though, Fnatic again opting into the strategy we saw from them yesterday. This lane swap coming through with the AD carry. So Upset solo farming into the Rumble on the top side. It's Oscarinen who's down on the bottom side. And the idea again being Upset can get a decent time on this top half of the map. Oscarinen was going to fall behind in the matchup anyway. So it means that in this position now, you end up with Upset getting out to an early lead, and Oscarinen...
Ovo je vrlo interesantan odluka. Ja ne znam da li ste vi pričali o tome juče.
Zašto tačno?
Što su slali Upseta solo top.
Da.
Kada Oscar nema najbolji meč.
Jesmo, da. To se zove... Kako su ga nazvali? Da li je Jackilav swap ili tako nešto? I pričali su o tome kako razlog zašto to radi je da bi igrači counterovali Riotovo pravilo, to je nov patch, ali da dva čoveka ne smiju da budu na topu. I onda umjesto pošalješ AD-a i supporta na top, pošalješ samo AD-a na top. I onda ignorišeš ono dva čoveka na topu pravilo, AD dobije solo XP, dalje možda bulija top lanera, tako da bukvalno je meta koja je evoluirala da bi swap se nastavio sa lane swap preventionom.
Oh my god, Jojo. Juma, ne da oni neće odajvovati.
Fumble the dive, but will MKOI do the same?
Biggest question is Oscarinen. He's very hard to dive. He can get a shield up and he
Oscar. Jer Oscar goat ili šta? Sad ću umreti. Možda i neće. Ma nema, on je samo... On je samo koza sajna.
Pa dobro, dajeva Thor očigledno ne najpametnija ideja koju su imali danas.
Ali ovo ima flash, nije u problemu. Wukong je. Lepo je Elyoya.
Using the brush to make sure that he didn't get the tether off immediately, and Elyoya doesn't even have to burn the flash to get away from it. But Oscarinen, fancy footwork in the bottom lane.
The man is still locked in what an outplay from him, navigating through all that CC that Koi was threatening. Upset, able to push in this wave bot. Super likely not going to lose too much off the back of this as he arrives just in time to catch the cannon.
The crucial thing, though, is that Mirwin was able to get that CS in the top side. Oscarinen had to forego the CS, so a little bit of a gold lead, even if the experience isn't that big on the top laners. So at least for Mirwin, he's going to be fairly happy with the way things have been going in the early stages.
Dobro, mislim, da, ali stvari tome što je taj CS dat upsetu. Nije ga Oscar nije samo umro CS pod turetom, nego... A, da je prokovao Brittle, uzeo bi trade.
Nema ni TP, tako da ovdje su baš puno dobili od toga. Sad si crashuje, bounce se nazad. Ovo je giga dobro za Koi. Puštam te, Mato, da bifuješ sa sobom, znaš ako ja to preferiram od sad.
Definitivno postoje argumenti za to što je napisao, ja mislim.
Sigurno, uvek postoji argument za sve.
Ovo je gotovo. Imaju mentalnu ivicu.
Ja mislim da je Oskarini najbolji Oskarinin u istoriji evropskog lola. Da nikada bolji Oskarini nije bio.
Early ganks converting into early kills as Razork desperately tries to get 6 as quickly as he can. Hobie.
Tako je, Raleta sam morao da uklonim iz programa jer je mnogo glazov Oskara. Sutra finale kako je Mare krenuo, ja radim sam. Šalim se lagano, sutra finale neće biti Oskar pošto gube ovu seriju, tako da nema frke ljudi, ne brinite se ništa.
Ne, Oskar je video svih 14 miliona različitih situacija i zna da bi Fnatic pobedio mora da bude 3-2 reverse sweep.
To je fair, to je fair.
That rumble in a great spot as we're tunneling in. Call the forward god at max range. Razork and Oscarinen on the same page.
Fnatic finding something back. They call it everything to make that one happen, but they needed that to make things work. And Mickey now trying to get aggressive on the top side.
I think it's super important that as a Nocturne, you're able to use that ultimate as often as you can. It's such an effective tool in the early game. I wasn't expecting Oscar to join in on the gank, but hey, Fnatic find themselves a kill. The gold remains even, and Poby immediately puts himself back in the driver's seat of this match.
Ne, Poby u fazonu...
Shockwave goes mid, Jojo looking for a bit more, doesn't have the fate unsealed available, so he just back away. But for Oscarinen, he's having a miserable time. 36 CS, 8 minutes into the game, but being able to move around the map and look for these ultimates, help out the rest of the team, is the only way that you're going to be able to try and drag Fnatic back into this game.
You know what Finn told me the other day? He's like, you know, if a tank can get to like 20 minutes and have 160, 170 CS, I think Doonby said they're having a good time, right? But you're right, it's that little bit lower in the threshold. It is all that attention that Oskarinen's had. Let's see how relevant he becomes in the mid game. As by the way, MKoi just picked up 2 grubs out of 1.
Kako mislite, Oskar je behind, ne razumem. Oskar nikad nije behind.
Razork lepo. Oh, never mind. Ajoj. Wait. Okay, yeah.
Okay, comes back out of the wardrobe. Jojo's okay.
Good aggression from Koi as they realize that Razork, isolated in his jungle, was an easy target. But Razork plays that beautifully. He spell shields to knock up from Elyoya so that he can connect the Fear Tether to allow him to create space. But I thought that with the stun coming through from Alvaro, that would be enough to actually convert some kills in favor of Koi. Unfortunately for Koi, Jojo and Super just weren't quite there in time, allowing for Fnatic to get away to safety.
And it also gives Poby a little bit more time alone in that mid lane again, so Even though the kill initially went across the Jojo Pion, still that little bit of gold lead for both the jungle and the mid of Fnatic, and I think this is where you have to try and put your hopes and dreams on. Poby even opting in towards the more aggressive build from the Orianna, going for that loot.
Poby uvijek ide agresivan build.
He knows if he can make this combo
Poby got igra zabavan lol.
that snowball into things like the Magi's.
Mickey looks towards top. The level 4 Rakan has been perma roaming. A little bit further behind on the EXP train than Alvaro. He's not able to find anything but a little bit
Mislim da
just giving Poby that little edge of reason.
Da nekada stvarno treba tako igrati.
He's going to get a flash out of Mirwin, but the lights go off. Now no target found.
Zašto nije bacio prvo Nocturne ulti pa onda Ornn ulti?
And Poby does shockwave again.
Yeah, the lights go off and no one's home in that bottom lane. They can't connect on towards Mirwin, and Fnatic. That's kind of just the ult wasted now from Razork. And you were talking about earlier, Betty, you really need to make every one of these ults count for Fnatic.
Yeah, losing vision there, somewhat ironic against the Nocturne. But Alioya now wanting to make his presence known once more as Oscar isolated in the bot lane.
Look at the mana bar searing charge already used. He's got time for a Bellows breath, so he's trying to wait it out. Good bonk. Alioya gets out of there, but Oscar's low and sent packing.
Yoya just didn't quite have that ultimate up and available. Just a couple more seconds, and that could have worked out because Oscar didn't use the Bellows breath to try and clear the wave. That could have been a play, but just couldn't quite find that cooldown that he needed.
Gojo looking for the 1v1, more so Poby looking for the trade. Guys, I feel like MKOI's early game has just been Operation Bully. Bully Oscar Rinnan. I feel like it's like Daddy's Home if you've seen the Will Ferrell movie with Mark Wahlberg. This feels like the second one. Where Oscar
Will Ferrell movie by Mark Wahlberg.
Making sure he gets everything down in this bot lane in congregation with it. That's the first dragon of the game, by the way. Fate Sealed misses onto Poby. Alvaro coming in for the engage. Jojo takes a bit of a walloping. It's a good shattering strike, but Poby stays alive, gets the push, and continues to flourish.
Poby doing a great job sitting solo in this top lane. Mickey has to provide cover because we know how vulnerable Orianna is in a long lane like this.
Poby TF. Nije Poby kriv. Nije Poby kriv, nije Poby kriv. Taj TF game nije on kriv. Mislim, unlucky pick, ali nije on kriv.
Looks like that he's heading in the direction of the Blackfire torch.
Oh, Alvaro, you annoying man.
Gonna continue to interrupt those bases. First item now completed for Razork. Gonna get a lot more value when that ultimate comes through. Cannon gonna be missed there by Upset as Super. Remember, a lot of these swaps early were to try and get Upset a little bit more of an advantageous position, but XP is the same. The farm is in favor of Super, and he's just been doing a great job of keeping up with all the action that's been happening on the Rift.
The thing is, though, as Fnatic are hitting these item breakpoints, there's not really objectives on the map for them to take, right? Void Grubs were split 2-1. Dragon was taken by MKOI as we're looking towards that top side of the map. So you have a bit of time as MKOI to try and hit some of these item breakpoints, and it really will be 2 minutes at that Rift Herald where we really start to look towards these big scraps that could potentially happen. And at that stage, I think Jojo should have his Blade of the Rune King completed, as long as Alvaro can help keep him safe, because Fnatic looking to put some pressure up towards Poby.
I feel like if Poby's in a good position, for Fnatic, they have that solid all-round player that, again, is quite reliable. And especially yesterday, we saw that communication step up to a new level of coordination as well. And what I mean is Poby right now, as he gets this push in, he's going to be heading towards that first item. A lot of plating available as Mickey continues hovering. Jojo at half HP, easy to poke under turret, while also there's a Nocturne nearby.
Yeah, Fnatic should be able to just back away from this, though. And Fnatic aren't actually trying to overcommit, because keep your eyes in the mid lane as this keeps happening.
Oscar gubi 900 golda, ali ima solidan CS actually, koliko je na početku bilo katastrofalno.
Upset has just been silently farming and got a play for himself in the mid lane as well, just before this happened. So this is where, again, Fnatic just kind of using that map pressure.
Turning into a dive. Paranoia, the lights are off. Shockwave only finds one. A Fate Seal to get out of it. A nice Magnet Storm, but will it be enough? Jojo.
Kako je Poby umro od svih?
Will still die. Razork for the chase. Alvaro's up next. There's an exhaustion. Razork's like, how do I get out of this? The
Ajoj, vidio Supu opet.
comes up for his first kill of the game.
Katastrofa.
Mickey's on the great escape, but
Kakva
Alvaro
katastrofa
is
je
on
bilo
the
za
horn, and
Fnatic.
it's unfair for
A Supa dobija late game scaling AD carry i dobija da ga feedaju. Supa dupa, eto.
Dupa, dupa.
The dive only getting a pick onto Jojo, and we'll keep track of how Poby actually gets aggro. First he takes that initial tower shot, the shockwave comes through, then he gets tower shots again.
Faded Ashes.
The Faded Ashes ends up drawing that aggro.
Ala je kula slagala tu, a Miki ga ne udara kao, šta?
You can see again, Upset was kind of sticking in this mid lane, and this is where I thought Fnatic were just going to be patient like they were yesterday, play for these small advantages on the map that accrued into this massive lead, but they try to pull the trigger and only shoot themselves in the foot.
Mislim, ovaj game će li morati da krenu da banuju supljene heroje ili da prestanu da ga fidiju kad igra hard scaling stvari, pošto ovako baš i neće proći, iskreno.
Nemaju kako paranoja još nije up. Oh my god, Miki ne može da pogodi život danas s pelovima.
Running forward, it's easy to see it comes with Upset, all on one target. Now on the next, Alvaro onto his horse, re-engages, Magnet Storm's huge. The feathers though, they fly high. Oh, it has no escape. The quickness from Mickey interrupted. MKOI thought they could turn and burn, but Fnatic, they learn.
The re-engage from Alvaro.
Burn, learn, up, okay.
The follow-up was not. And Fnatic find their moment to take the gold lead in this game.
I thought that the fight was overforced there from Fnatic. Trying to get something back once the objective had already fallen felt desperate.
Imali su ok ugos je bio nakon toga, rekao bih. A i dalje Korki i Jon nisu došli od dela partije da Korki i on sami vinaju game, tako da itekako igrivo i dalje.
Barely gets the ball into Razork in time. A great shockwave sets them up, and they get the pick onto Soup. And again, that's where so much of the goal from MKOI was. And Albro, it's a great turnaround, but they just aren't ready on MKOI. The ultimate from Jojo Pyun isn't quite up. You don't have enough of that follow-up damage. And Fnatic managing to get the kill, and even Razork barely surviving the tower shot.
Yeah, I mean, once the ulti from Alvaro came through, I just kind of looked at the cooldowns and I was like, you don't have any. Really nice play from Alvaro, but ultimately not converted into much as Fnatic. 4 kills, the momentum entirely swung. And look at Poby sitting at the top of the table in terms of damage done. Razork with a 3-1-3 scoreline.
A Poby kad ne builda tier na Oriani.
The question is, can they continue to pull it off?
Quick side note as well, Upset, the ability to buy time in that fight. I feel like when comps run into you, Xayah gets free will. And it feels so nice, especially when this dragon seems to be the over result of Fnatic buying this gold lead.
And it's MKOI who have to buy that time now. It's no first item completed for Jojo. You're kind of scrambling for some of these items as well across the board. This is where, for MKOI, if you can buy time for this Yone to get into position in the side lane and he can farm up, you can look to take these fights.
Rotacije po mapi, ajde ono ok, posle fajta da izgube 2 tureta, ali ovaj turet je pao tako random skroz.
Is the platform that they can stand on and look to take MKOI down.
I just love that we're seeing a hyper-aggressive Poby. I feel like all game he knows that in this matchup you can't afford to relent. And just every time you have an opportunity, watch what Jojo does when Poby throws down a bit of damage. He's eating in. He's not backing off. He's looking to trade aggressively, and a lot of Orianas would retreat in that moment. Poby is just constantly fighting Jojo and keeping that pressure up. That's what's resulted in a 30 CS difference between the two mid laners. And while Jojo had the better of Poby in Game 1, Poby has flipped the entire script here in Game 2.
He did that this summer. Everyone questioned bringing in Poby in over Humanoid, and I think it's already been proven that this player is solid. Not always the flashiest, but exactly what Fnatic need for someone like Razork to step up. Oscarinin to find this new life when he's been criticized for so long.
Mislim, ok, ja nisam ljubiti Humanoida, ali samo zato što ja mislim da je on čovek kao prestao da se trudi. I mislim da Fnaticu kao organizaciji treba nova krv, kao New Blood. Treba im malo promjena Čisto da vidimo kako će izgledati kada do toga dođe. Jer kao toliko godina igraju Razork i Humanoid zajedno i nemaju najbolje rezultate i promenili su sve što su mogli da promene oko njih, sem njih dvojice.
Kao Navi i Larsen.
Pa, da.
Kao biješ, a ne ide, biješ, a ne ide. I ti još biješ i dalje ne ide, još biješ i dalje ne ide, tako u krug. Još u fazonu, verovatno bi trebao da nešto drugačije uradimo ovde.
The Anakan has been a danger point for Fnatic.
Absolutely.
Yesterday was fantastic. Before this, so I think for Fnatic, maybe taking a second might be better. I do 100% agree with Eddie. Like, their item breakpoints are so strong right now, but I'm always a bit nervous of Fnatic around this objective.
Absolutely, but it's also one of those things where looking at Anakan on the top side, Oscar.
He slowed down. Electro Harpoon flash in with a Cyclone as well. Now, meanwhile, there's tension going on top because Anakan will be started, but it's at the cost of Oscar's life. He truly is a weak-side team in this game. But as he goes back down into the abyss, Fnatic, this trade worth about 3,000 gold. I think they'll still call worth.
An absolute worthwhile trade, and I think Koi ultimately did do the smart thing, because I think they're on the same wavelength that we are, that Fnatic wants to
Oscar ima takav gravitational pull. My god, okay.
Ja mislim da je Oskar samo novi Jotske iz IBL-a.
Samo ispao, raspali se, šta se dešava? Hello?
Pobiju bazi, ima TP, mislim ovde samo grifaju, iskreno. Kao to je fight koji nemaš razloga da uzmeš.
I thought that perhaps maybe he's working towards Razork so that if Razork can arrive, then they can turn the fight in their favor. But I felt like that there was such a clear path for Upset to just run towards his towers. We'll look back at the replay now.
But it's also like, as this comes in, it feels so over-aggressive from Mickey, right? Like, sure, you can get some damage off the charm, but in this position, Upset really needed to just ult away from that flash Q from Alvaro. And even here,
samo turbo random fight. Nocturne nije tu Oriana i nije tu, nema razloga se biju ovde.
But he rather didn't have the Oriana ball. Hobie is resetting on the top side. There was no combo.
I didn't want to fight my best.
To je tako je, didn't wanna fight, jer nije bio dobar fight. I ne biješ se kad ti nema, pogotovo ne mid laner on delo partije.
Zato je što Upset je mogu odmah da ultuje Heralda, ne znam zašto nije. Pustio da ga nokapuje. Izgubio pola healtha zbog toga.
Just super creative, very well executed, secures Mkoy a tower. Remember, Fnatic was sitting at a 2.9k gold lead. Now, that gold lead disappeared.
Also buys a bit of time for this Yone finally to catch up, right? This 2k behind Yone needs some items. He got played a little bit ago, now looking towards an IE, it looks like. And if Jojo can finally get into this game and they can solidify those ultis and finally see a Rumble grouped up, maybe Mkoy can find an angle into this game overall.
It feels like, again, though, Mkoy have to give up another dragon to Fnatic to try and enable that for Jojo. And my biggest worry is, by the time we get to another objective, look at the items for Poby. That'll be a Rabadon's death cap that he has completed. And then that combo becomes a deleted member of Mkoy. I think that's where they're going to struggle.
I do wonder if he goes in the direction of Zhonya's next as well, because that could be the more defensive play, depending on how he's feeling. Whether he feels he needs more damage for the team, and he has the required protection, or whether or not he wants that slightly more defensive itemization at the threat of a dive. You can already see the damage. The damage is good.
Yeah. I think it's just the way I see Fnatic winning fights is not like elongated where Poby's...
Ja mogu da vidim da Fnatic baca ovaj game.
Da, pa nije. Mislim, 200 golda defu u ovom delu partije nije ništa strašno i dalje, tako da... Mislim da ovo i dalje nije full njihov game. Izgledaju okej, samo zato što Poby zna šta da builda. I mislim da Oriana nije išla na ovaj build da samo Fnatic gubi ovo. Ali s ovim buildom u stvari možda igra, tako da...
Ja mislim da je ovo sada build čak i na Ari.
Svi buildaju Horizon sad, zato što daje previše AP-a. stvari item broken.
A previše dobra mid game opcija.
Vladimir builda, a nema ono benefit od bonus range
da, ali daje i 25 ability haste, što je Vladimiru jako bitno.
Mislim, daje ti,
statovi su jako,
to je poenta, da daje bolesne base statove, što samo ne sme da daje. Ne sme da da toliko AP-a.
Time što ja recimo ne bi buildao na Viktoru. Ja mislim da je dalje Shadow Flame na Viktoru bolji zbog krita kada su low. Zato što je kao, ok, one-shotovat, možda probaš da one-shotuješ, ali najčešće nećeš. I onda sa ultijem, ako je na nekome, radit ću više damage posle. To je jedini nekako mage na kome mogu da vidim da ne buildujem, ali generalno, kao, samo je predobar item u mid-game-u.
So I think across the board, Fnatic really starting to hit these breakpoints.
And I like this, just completing your item. No Infinity Edge yet for upsets, but Mickey acting as gatekeeper.
No, krade Elioja. Gledaj sad. Never mind, Fnatic.
Flushes out the exhaust, won't save his life. Arrow with a good engage, but their numbers down. Here's Menwen to burn down, flush away, upsets the life into the redemption. He's okay. Elio's Cyclone doesn't do much on the first attempt. Now the chase continues. Menwen looking to get out, but he's knocked up against the wall. No chance. Fnatic putting the nails into this game. And this series...
Pa dobro, sad već to ne bi smjelo se dogoditi za koje, ali dobro, i dalje se... Pa nije pa se igra. Lep sneak, lep baron.
Such a fantastic force and Razork doesn't want to lose the momentum. The Oriana Nocturne
Ovako Fnatic treba da igra. Mislim, prošli game su bili jako... Pustili su M-koji da radi šta hoće. A to je nešto što mi uvijek pričamo da ne možeš da uradiš. Kao, moraš da probaš da napraviš neki play nekad. Moraš da budeš proaktivan, da biraš gde ćeš da se biješ i tako to. Pa nemoj damage.
Jojo in the dirt for 45, and Fnatic are on a roll.
Fnatic are finding their fights, they're finding their skirmishes, and they're finding the weaknesses in MKOI's game plan. Finding everything that they need in that fight.
Ko volim pobjede, gledam kad čovjek zna šta builda i zna kako da igra. Pola midlanera bi ovdje otišlo na cava build, iako kompoziciji fali damage-a.
Game 1, I sung the praises of Jojo and Elioya and their coordination and execution.
Oh, and engage again, turning off the lights. Where can Menwen go? He was the lead. Arrow with a good engage. Low health pass. Mickey will die first, but they can't kill Oscar.
Kjepal nemaju, da, ne mogu prođu kroz Orna.
A nice defense from Koi keeps their base from falling.
Mislim da smo realno dobili najbolje što su mogli od evropskih ekipa i dalje. Pogotovo što je KC u raspadu. Pobiju stvari igra. Mislim da će dalje imati problema protiv ono top tier midlanera na svetu. Ali od onoga što Evropa ima, kapiram da... Vladi je baš van forme jer su ga smorili fanovi KC-a.
I ti, mislim, generalno, kada vedeš niskija da... Kao, zašto? Mislim, to mu je prva godina u lecu.
Kome čekaj stani? Misliš na Vladija?
Da, na Vladija, kao, doveli su niskija da bude sub, quote unquote. To je na neki način znak da ti ne veruješ Vladiju.
Ja mislim da je niski bio PR move, iskreno. To je meni nekako viđenje. Mislim da je legit niski bio PR move.
Ali, to je onda katastrofalno, mislim.
Pazi, puno ljudi priča o tome. Tako da s te strane radi. Ali, samo je pitanje da li KC-u treba PR move. Jer realno KC je već Ja neću kažem možda najpopularnija, ali druga najpopularnija ekipa u Lecu. Kao da li ti treba PR-a? Ne znam baš. Mislim, rekao bi ne treba ti jer si ovaj KC, ali...
Ali, mislim, established orga su. Ne treba im tako nešto. Njihov PR move je tehnički rečeno, hajde bio ono kad su doveli Rekles. I to je to. Da bi polako uspjeli da skupe fanove i tako to.
Mislim da su oni skapirali. Ja mislim da im čak ni to nije ništa uradilo. Jer Francuze boluju za Reklesa. Kao realno.
Kao, trebalo im je neki base, ono, kao navijača. A Rekles ima svoje, ono,
ali hoću ti kažem,
jedan od najpopularnijih igrača.
Bio. Poenta je što ja mislim kad su doneli Reklesa da oni nisu ništa skoro od toga dobili. Jer kažem ti, Francuze boluva za Reklesa. Francuzi su u fazonu, nisi Francuz, fuck it. Nas ne interesuje.
Oni jesu punili arene, oni su igrali pred arenom. To nisu bili mali, oni kao mečevi što su oni radili.
Case ima svoju arenu, da, ali nije, bukvalno ti ništa nisu oni više eksplodirali zbog Reklesa, to je moja poenta. Mislim, ja sam ih baš pratio u LFL-u i oni imaju svoju arenu, oni imaju svoj fanbase koji dolazi pa dolazi. Znaš, ti kad pogledaš, oni su jedna od najuspešnijih orgi u e-sportu, tačka. Da ne kažem čak i u LoL-u, nego u e-sportu. Mislim su čak, ako se ne varam, mislim su ih kupili na kraju i slagaću te. Košarkaški tim ili fudbal. Znam da su ušli u legitiman sport, jer kao samo su toliko uspeli da razviju priču u Francuskoj. Ali su baš French based, znači baš ono, ja mislim da razlog zašto Vladi dobio toliko flame je zašto nije Francuz. Znam da to zvuči malo loše, ali...
Ne, ovo što nije nemoguće.
Ja legitimno mislim da je Vladimir, ono, Levlad, svi bili u fazonu, ne, on je najbolji, Kana je shit. Levlad je najjači. I svi bi navijali za Levlada.
Jer njihov glavni je Kalista.
Tako je. Samo što je
Kad
Wunderchild
se ne
Francus.
smije da proda Kalista?
Da.
Kameto ako proda Kalista, to će biti ludnica u Francusku. Neće, legitimately, ja mislim da će samo raspasti ono što se tiče. Ali mislim, navijači su ludi.
Ovo će Francuz i to ti je... O, čekaj. Elio je nije u dobroj poziciji, Jojo ne može da igra.
My god, ubije. Full build. 20 stakova na međaju. Kako ima AP-a? Ima na 780 sada sa Paronom. A nećemo vidjeti. Unlucky.
Ipak imamo seriju.
Imamo seriju našim rukama, da.
Iskreno sam pomislio da stvarno možda bude 3-0 stomp kako su krenuli. Ali, okej, Fnatic se ne da, bili su u fazonu, realno dobili smo KC, možemo bolje od toga i... Ne znam, Jojo je malo bio underwhelming ovaj game, zar ne?
A mislim da ga je pobio samo Rasturi u early game-u, baš ga je prelomio.
Jo, kad ih jure ovako, znači ljudi ovi intervju i mid serija, molim vas prestanite. Užasna ideja. Znači ja ne znam ko im je dao green light da intervjušu igrače dok imaju 10 minuta pauze između best of 5 serije kojih vodi u finale i sad će Oskar da stane da priča u intervju o game-u. Bro, on ne zna šta se dogodilo u partiji, ide do coacha da mu coach kaže šta se dogodilo.
So be careful because he's gonna do something crazy now.
Thank you so much, Oscar. I'll let you join your team for now. Fnatic comes
Znači, ovi interaptovi, ko NFL da gledam, ono, tekluje ga na pola puta, svako ajmo u studio, 10 minuta pauza, pa sljedeći game.
so thrilled that we're gonna get at least 4 games out of this series. And Finn, you're really feeling it now that it could go either way.
I mean, just huge game from Razor, completely stepping up. Last time we saw him play this Nocturne against MKOI, he was completely lost on the map. He kept getting caught, he kept getting trashed. But this time he was the one pulling pulling out all the plays. He was turning off the lights and just finding these Orianna combos in the most crucial moments.
Yeah, we've got Tolkien joining us as well. Just walk in front of the camera, who cares? All right, Tolkien, hello.
Hello.
What did you think?
I love this Razork against the US storyline. It's like the best thing to happen to this entire arena, I think. Because he's also from Madrid, right, Razork?
He is, yeah.
I mean, cinema.
Yeah.
And as Oscar mentioned, he's probably gonna pop off. I really hope, you know, in game 4 and 5, lots of junglers, they just pick tanks.
Yeah.
Like Maokai, some Sejuani, some Skarnas. I hope they keep on playing carries. Some Kiana, perhaps a Lilia. Some of fun champions.
It's so much fun, and I gotta say, Odoamne, specific credit to Fnatic because the early game did not go their way. Elyoya again had a great start.
Yeah, Elyoya is doing the thing where he's doing what he needs to do, because even in game 1 he was just skipping camps and doing a lot of ganks, and he did it the same this game. But at the same time, there is only so much you can get in the early game department, because once mid game kicked in, it really felt like ease of execution was on Fnatic side, and just this graphic shows it best. You don't see it often in our league where junglers are just so active early game, but him, by minute 5, he was just all over the map in both of these games.
I mean, especially in Wukong, when I play with junglers, they play Wukong, they're like, I cannot gank before level 6, I don't have any damage, I don't have any CC, but he proved them all wrong. He kept finding these crucial plays to really set up his lanes ahead, but still, after that, it was still Fnatic that took the lead in the early game with some great rotations and some great swap plays.
Yeah, Tolkien, we saw it in the beginning. I mean, Oscar was getting bullied again. Mickey was getting a bit bullied as well. How do you feel? What were the instrumental choices that Fnatic made to get back into this game?
You know, you're on an NSS right now with 3 top laners. We are used to suffering. Oscar's used to suffering. He got dove by 3 men. He's just like, as he said, he just picks on, he survives.
And what better champion to survive with than with Brother Orn? You go 50 CS behind, 60 CS behind. All you need to do is show up to a teamfight, press your ult button, Nocturne closes out the light, the ball gets delivered, and all of a sudden, he's the best top laner in the game. It's just that easy.
I love it. Commiserations for the 3 top laners who
We're just coping hard. That's the only thing we can do.
That was a good cope.
You probably won't have Razork to back you up if you do want to get back into the game. And you are so excited about this storyline, right? So talk to me through how Razork really kind of bounced back here.
I mean, first game we had like a global jungler popping off with Pantheon, doing lots of plays, right? Nocturne is somewhat similar, but most of this game is kind of due to rotations and diving side lane. This replay we just saw, I think Mickey really misplayed because he dropped Torrid aggro and then, you know, Poppy died in the process. But Razork never failed to pop off. He goes in, he delivers Orianna Shockwave. He's like the primary source of engage. And it's really kind of his role in Fnatic as well.
And it just shows that as mid-game comes in, all of these team comps become ease of execution because both of these sides have a lot of engage tool. You have the Rel on one side, but at the other one, you have Nocturne. You can engage from off-screen, and in these crucial moments when tensions are high, all that is most important is how easy you can find that engage.
And I love the fact that you mentioned the tensions are high because, as you say, Tolkien, first game Pantheon, second game Nocturne, I feel like these global abilities are so good in these arena games because people feel the stage, they hear the shouting, the crowd going wild, and they're like, I want to fight, I want to find angles. And the champions to punish this over-eagerness is just these globals because they catch people off guard all the time.
They did, and in the end, right, Tolkien, just slam the Ornn. When things are difficult, just go for that wombo combo. Even though you know that in LCK Challenger, Poby had like a 20% win rate on Orianna and he's undefeated on it in the LEC. What does that say about us?
I mean, he's playing the most aggressive Orianna, I believe, in the world. He's playing Cut Down, Airy Scorch, everybody else, they go for Road of Ages. He's just dominating early game. So I guess it says about EU that Poby is just lane dominant, which is kind of precisely what you want the Korean import for.
And then just EU is just so much better than LCK challenges because you have teammates that can set you up for success. Because even in these fights, it just shows how easy it is for him. Because realistically, what does he have to do? He has to put the ball on Nocturne, press it at the right time. Because at the same time, you just get so many angles, and for him, it's just so easy to play this team comp when the enemy doesn't see anything.
We're better than LCK challengers at least.
Yeah, and the team of the day. The team of the day is full Kobe, you know, so we might as well go all in on that.
I mean, just look at the damage. And I know you're talking about these crucial team fights because it seemed like every single team fight, it's like MKOI is running in, they're trying to find something, but we gotta pay attention to their Nocturne ult. It turns off all the lights, and as MKOI is struggling to find the remote, they don't see anything that was coming their way, and the Nocturne Orianna just finds these crucial opportunities so well.
And And I will say that for MKOI, I do consider them a team, Tolkien, that even when they're put behind in situations, I know sometimes they don't like when we say instinct and clutch, but they have it and it's important. And I feel like it's big from Fnatic that they, even when Elyoya started finding some angles again, MKOI got some, I want to say, centimeters back in this game, but Fnatic pushed it through, and I think a Fnatic of the past that didn't have that series they had yesterday might have still dropped the ball.
Yes, it's also what I especially admire about Elyoya, because to me feels like lots of teams are built around one player, and especially super teams always fail. But this guy was told, just build a Spanish team, he did, and they swapped mid this year, I guess, but it always works. And what you mentioned, this kind of clutch instinct, they seem to have it. I hope Fnatic does too.
I feel like now I'm starting to be a believer, but that's usually when they knock us down. So let's talk a little bit about this game 3 and who gets to match point first. We saw a very simplified approach coming from Fnatic, even though you still gotta execute it, of course. What do you want to see from MKOI now that they're moving on to the blue side?
On the blue side, I really want them to go back to what they did in game 1. It wasn't really so much about the global for me, but it was about the early game agency, because we saw Elyoya get the lead this game, but with Wukong, you still need to wait for the mid game. You still need to find, you know, opportunities to team fight and skirmish. I really want to see him on something a little bit more proactive early, because if he got this on Wukong, he can do even better on champions like Jarvan or for even Maokai, for example, because it just you need to make the early game bloody, because it really felt like in game 1 Fnatic was not ready for it, and in game 2 when everything slowed down, it became so much easier for Fnatic to get the foothold back in the game.
It's crazy we live in a timeline where Fnatic is good in a slow game. But like looking ahead as well the next game, for MKOI specifically, I really want to see them try to include Jojo more in his pace, because I feel like this game, it was Jojo under a tower on side lane, Alvaro coming to help him, but he was constantly sharing XP, constantly having to drop waves, and it was a little bit tough because the tempo that Elyoya sacrificed in the early game kind of came back to bite him in the mid game, because he was always farming these camps, and that just resulted in so many timings for Fnatic to just dive Jojopyun.
Yeah, is that a pitfall? Because you said at first, okay, he skips the camps, he goes for it, but sometimes it can bite you in the butt.
I really feel like right now, especially with Jarvan coming back to the meta, I believe in Korea he's 6-1. They always level 3 gank. It's not that bad if you drop some camps.
True.
It's only bad for your second clear. And we saw in the Vi game, right, when Pantheon ganked bot lane, she couldn't even counter jungle. She didn't steal blue buff. It's fine, guys. Drop some camps, go gank a lane. It's great.
Okay, Tolkien, what is your prediction for the rest of the series? What does your gut tell you? How's it gonna go?
I predicted 3-2 Fnatic, but I kind of want him to win this whole 7-year thing. You know, they last won 7 years ago, and 2018.
2018.
It's way too long, man.
It was in Madrid.
Yes, it was.
I'm just saying.
Just reach finals for once.
Do you believe in poetry? Do you believe in a date with destiny?
Let's not talk about finals, because you would get the Fnatic G2. But anyway, to keep it back to today's series, I still feel like MKOI is going to take it, because it felt like, you know, Fnatic found the cheat code with the Nocturne Orianna. I still feel like MKOI is just a little bit more diverse, because I think that Elyoya still has a lot of tricks up his sleeve.
Okay. Like it, Finn?
I mean, I predicted 3-1. This is just falling into pieces for me. I knew MKOI would lose at least one game to some shenanigans from
And this is the one.
This is the one. 3-1, baby.
You don't even need to cope. It might just be we'll see. But it is fearless, so we'll see indeed, because it does get trickier as we continue on in this series. But Fnatic, they want a date with Destiny, but MKOI, they feel exactly the same. Who gets the match point first? We'll see it after the break.
Come behind. I'm killing the Rel. Rel is dead. Look at the Young 2. He's dead too, I think.
I tried tank.
Nice, boys.
I hear now even.
Yeah.
Nice. I give you a
Look at Corki. He's trolling.
I'm out of
No flash, no flash. He's dead, he's dead, he's dead.
I give you a burn.
Yeah. Fight now, Bobby, look. Okay, didn't work. But I have GA. He's feared. Anyone in? He's feared. Okay.
Let's go.
Hey, yeah.
Damn it. Hey, Dragos, you ready for the... Oh, that doesn't look good. Wait, I have a solution, but you have a break. I will be right back. Just wait.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
See? I told you we'd figure it out.
I don't think this counts.
Come on, let's go.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Thank you, Mr. Kia. That is a nice car. And you know what? I want to see nice gameplay as well. How do I transition like that? I've worked in this industry for over 10 years. It's been a crazy My name's Hysterics. It's Dagda. You know what? I don't need words. I'll cast in the game, and that's when my words will come. These fine gentlemen overlook us because they've been here. They've been around not as long as you. You've been here for ages. I don't know where I'm going in this. I'm just hyped for the games. Honestly, I'm just here.
Should be a banger, though.
Yeah, it should be. The first one was good. The second one was even better.
We're getting ready for Game 3, and we've equalized the series. Dagda, as you mentioned earlier, it now simply is a best of 3. And as a reminder, the last time that these two teams did meet, it went all the way to 5. I'm hoping that we get the same outcome today, but Fnatic showing up here in Game 2, I think surprised many people. But it just goes to show the potential that this roster does have, and I'm curious as to what the approach from both teams will be, what the priority will be as Koi find themselves back on the blue side here in Game 3.
For MKoi, can they find a way to honestly continue to wrestle this early game control away from Fnatic? Because it really does seem to dictate so much of how these games start to play out. Fnatic managing to get off to a great start here in the early stages in game number 2. And now the continued ban sticking to the same with the Azir and Yunara red side coming through for Fnatic, and that Cassiopeia ban would signal a Rise first pick, but again we're seeing that final Rise ban coming through for red side.
Fish for sure. Okay, with no Yunara, let's see. We get a priority 80 carry here, or maybe a jungler left open the Jarvan early. Yep. Okay.
Wow, this opens up for things like Lee Sin as a possibility. We know that Razork is a really big fan. You can also go for things like the Viego, maybe even Trundle if you want to. Poppy has been banned away, which does make sense because if you want to lock in Jarvan, Poppy's mega annoying to have to deal with. But also Razork could go for a little bit more defensively if he wanted to. Right now it does seem like that the direction is very much that Xin Zhao.
It still though is kind of going back to what you said earlier, Benny, of the opportunity to bring out the Ezreal though for upset. Like, you still have the ways to dash around, or even the Zeri, to be honest. And even though we've
idemo nas nazad, evo ga i Jarvan o kome Saklim pričao, da vidimo šta će se tu izdogađati.
And upset yesterday, taking over double-digit kills by the end of that game. We'll have to see if that's where he wants to try and go for, or if he's happy to throw a few mystic shots as the game goes on.
What will the mid lane direction?
Sin Jarvan, klasičan mid game matchup.
Gonna be locked in. Okay, so Poby gonna stick with the traditional control mages. The downside of Victor is easy target for Jarvan, one could say. But the good news is that when you put that gravity field down, Jarvan likely gonna stun himself, trying to hit onto within that ultimate. So Koi are going to need some good follow-up alongside this Jarvan in order to make some good stuff happen. Looks like bot lane might be the direction that they're thinking about. Is Zeri going to be the lock-in? What mid laner will they look to try and pair alongside this? A lot of options for Jojo as he explores through. You want something that can pair up nicely with the Jarvan. I saw that Syndra, but I think both Ahri and Syndra are actually both solid matchups into the Victor, and also just provide him with great setup as well. But he's just filtering through a large number of champions, and they're not even going to go for mid lane. Instead, going to be that.
Zeri not jak draft, jak star drafta.
Now, do we run this out for Fnatic with the Ezreal, just to continue upset having some sort of safety net for what is a lot of pressure that is going to be going towards him with the point and click on both Jarvan and Nautilus? Or are they just like, no, we need to try and solidify ourselves into the support matchup? Because I think that's where you are going to start to struggle as this goes on, is the limited pool that can answer into the Nautilus.
Makes sense, easily.
Yeah, the problem is, we saw it from KC yesterday, when you have a Braum, you need strong engage elsewhere, otherwise you basically act as a passenger. You become very reliant on your opponents being the ones to force things, and then you being allowed to react. But depending on how strong the engage is, Braum might not necessarily be enough to stop the opposition from just running the map rampant and doing whatever it is that they want to do. So Braum can be an excellent pick into hard engage compositions, but I do think you need some reliable form of engage yourself outside of just a Xin Zhao diving in by himself.
Yeah, I think the idea for Fnatic is, look, there's still things like the Scion we can take in the top side. There's still other forms of engage we can get through Oscarinen, and we'll be happy enough with that, unless it does get banned away. But we're looking at MKoi taking away things like the Ezreal that we were talking about, those kind of safety nets for upset. And now we'll have to see what upset
Fnatic Worlds, nadamo se. Nadamo se da neko iz Evrope osvaja Worlds.
Unless he wants to go for the zipper and try and just spell shield the initial cataclysm damage, he'll still be caught in the cage.
The Vayne ban, bit of respect being given to Upset, but a champion that we haven't seen a huge amount so far in the LEC playoffs, but does have that inherent mobility, is the Lucian, the hover coming through. But Fnatic just kind of playing with their options right now. I feel like that's the direction. Lucian Braum is something we saw very prevalent in the LCK through a lot of summer. Has been very popular throughout the world. And I think it's just a duo that provides you with fantastic skirmishing potential.
Yeah, but you did see the 0 wins, 8 losses that popped up after that. It has not been a strong LEC pick. And one Mr. Daniel Dracos is not a big fan of either. So I think a lot of work on Fnatic to make this Lucian work, where you're able to pair alongside it with strong skirmishes, get off to early leads, and try and use that culling effectively in the mid game.
Now Jojo's Ziggs is something that
Pobiva sa Faker će biti fun.
really pilot beautifully.
I pravo istivan akademija na midlanera Tivana je iskreno cool.
The way that he follows up on engages has just been exceptional to watch, and I think that it's a really good control mage pick. And now rounding out with the Cassante means that they've got a very traditional front to back style of composition, with Nautilus and Jarvan being your primary engage tools. Good scaling from the Ziggs and the Zeri means that these neutral objectives, they're going to be violent.
What's Oscar going to take into the top lane to deal with this tank? The Vayne ban obviously targeted in some regard.
I think you just go for the Scion. I think just plunk a tank into that top side, make it nice and simple. You still got decent gauge. Actually going to be the Yorick, okay. Yeah. So very, very limited on the engage, essentially hoping that, look, there's enough people that are short range on MKOI that they'll have to play into a Fnatic effectively, and you can get your CC off that way, but always a little bit of a risky strategy when you try and opt in towards it.
Yeah, so the problem with Fnatic's comp is, let's say Koi is second to an objective. Fnatic has started off.
Ne znam, meni je Oskar I dalje DN1 ili Jotske iz EBL-a. Samo njihova verzija.
And how do you stop it? How do you stop Ziggs from just harassing you with his constant poke? And my answer to that is,
Mislim su ovi iz Leca bili u fazonu, treba nam narativ oko igrača, ajmo napravimo nešto, bude fun. I sad samo giga hype-uju Oskara što god radio, kao što mi radili sa Jotsketom I sa DN1. Koliko je to meni bilo fun, cijel taj period. Što sam bio mutovan, undefenovan na mutovan na Discordu. Ali da, cijel period Jotsketa I DN1 I meni toliko zabavan bio. Da se prvi put kad se pojavio Jotske I igra za X25, svi bili u fazonu ko je Jotske I mi kao, kako ne znate ko je Jotske, to je legenda Balkana. Napravili smo neku najjaču priču. Svi su bili turbo zbunjeni, nama je bilo jako, jako zabavno. Tako da, to je narativ koji imaju sad I sa Oskarom, realno. Hype-uju ga što god uradio, kad god uradio jer je zabavno.
Ja mislim da samo čini se da je on jedan od najboljih.
O tome ti pričam, o tome vidiš, o tome ti pričam. Upravo o tome ti pričam. Au, Rik je rekao da bi Oskar bio useless, what the fuck. Ovo je verovatno zadnji put da čujem ovo Castera da radi. Da, MKOI su...
Hysterix imao interesantnu glasove za to ko je ruki godine.
Ko?
Rekao je, čini mi se da je išao Kalist, Nako Carlsen, da je to rekao da su ruki godine.
Pa ja mislim da mora da bude Kalist, zar ne?
Da, Kalist je osvojio kao rukija godine, ali on je stavio ta 3 glasa.
Ja mislim da baš niko ne prilazi Kalistu što toga tiče.
Mislim, posle MSI-a, ja iskreno da je Human zapravo dosta dobro igrao. Pre MSI-a je bio ono što smo mi pričali kao ima 2 pika na kojima je bio Mundo I još jedan. Ne mogu setim koji ono beše bio drugi.
Pantheon?
Pantheon, da. Mislim da, Mundo, Pantheon. I to je, ali stvarno je igrao, iskreno je igrao dobro na leto. Human.
Pandas are difficult to kill in the early game.
Ali ja kažem, za razliku od tebe, ja ga ne mogu kriviti toliko jer ga gledam kao... Čovjek je rookie, došao je u G2 i odmah prvu kao treba očekujemo da će igrati neverovatno protiv timova kao što su Genji i tako
Pazi,
to.
jeste i slažem se, u pravu si. S druge strane, ono što bi ja dodao je da došao je u G2. Znaš, to ti je kao da ne znam sad, ajde sad ne gledam previše fudbal da se nadovežem na to, ali recimo da smo jedno 30 godina u prošlosti kad sam u stvari pratio fudbal, kao da nov mlad igrač dođe u Zvezdu i onda gubi iz, razumeš, od donjih Banovca. I kao, pa dobro, tek je došao u Zvezdu. Ali kao, što bi došao u Zvezdu ako nije dobar? Tad nekada davno. Zvezda, Partizan, što god. Znaš, to je moj tek. Ako ga je doveo G2, ja očekujem da je na nivou G2-a.
To mogu da razumem. Ali ja bih rekao da je on bio bolje rookie od Carlsena.
Znaš, ja kad vidim da u olimpijskim igrama neko trči za Jamajku, vidi, on je brz. On je Usain Boltov sin. Ne može on da bude spor. Znači, oni su svi tamo brzi. Znači, svi G2 igrači moraju budu dobri. U lolu. Inače, šta smo uradili onda? Nismo uradili ništa. Tako da ja se držim tom logikom.
I feel like the only thing that Super's confident in, the fact that he had red buff from the kill, that he can slowly heal this up and stay in EXP range.
Oh yeah. I see him on the minimap, making his way to top lane.
Solution on the way as well. Upset moving into position.
Oskar toliko griduje, on hoće taj kill. Sad će da ga ubiju za to. Oskar, zašto je flashovao? Kilo, jer je on samo koza sajna ili šta? Da li mi možeš reći? Je li on ovo izbejtovao?
Hteo je, da. Mislim da je to hteo da se dogodi. Mislim da je to sve bio deo njegovog velikog plana.
The biggest problem is for Super. He's just been hovering top lane this entire time, and he's been losing out on XP while all of this is happening. Look, while the gank is happening, sure, he gets a little bit of farm here and there, but the engage happens. I'm kind of surprised Oscar doesn't flash earlier, but ultimately he buys enough time to allow for upset to arrive. Ends up being a one.
Eto, Caster ne zna da Oscar bejtuje. Ne vezi, zato smo mi tu.
But notice that Super's still here. Like, he's just kind of been hovering around. I think he misclicks as well because he also presses his barrier while underneath the tower.
I didn't see that.
A very awkward situation for him as he now finds himself pretty much 2 waves down in farm.
Yeah, and it's going to be Fnatic are very happy as Elyoya costs.
He's got a flag. This fight was really nice there from Mickey. It's all about this top lane, no matter who's in it. This early game has been ramping up, and gold is somehow even. As you were saying, Betty, it's because Super got the...
Ja mislim da je Oscar najbolji rookie ove godine bio.
I svake druge godine.
I svake druge godine. On je samo najbolji. To je to.
Realno, možda samo sljedeće godine može se renamuje i onda da opet bude rookie jer igra pod novim imenom. I kaže to nisam ja. I pusti brkove neke. Ili stavi fake brkove ako ne može da ih pusti.
Ne znam, ne mogu da izgovorim njegovo ime unazad iz ono kao jednog take-a.
Da, teško, mora drugačije nešto se zove.
Nice trading coming through from Poby.
He's having another good lane. I mean, matchup again dependent.
I mean,
To Karinin, može tako da samo zameni s jo.
Može.
I da prestane da nosi naočare.
Kažem ti, samo stavi one brkove i to je to.
To.
Fake brkove i čao. Totalno neos Karinin.
And with not that many items under his belt, like, he can just start clearing waves like a madman. Eventually, this lane is just going to be, I clear wave, I leave, I clear wave, I leave.
And it can be difficult as well for the Ziggs to try and trade back effectively against the Victor, because so
much
of how you try and trade with the Ziggs is using those range minions to explode your bomb onto the Victor as well. But because the Victor's on attack range, he actually
sigurno jedan od najlakših lane-ova. Mislim, ono, dosadan je posle Ziggs, zato što samo dođe clearuje wave, ali Victor kao radi istu stvar.
U suštini, da.
And we'll be looking towards Void Grubs in 45 seconds, which is going to be the next one for Fnatic.
We talked about the ability to pull triggers, having dragons and being able to force neutral objectives I think is really important. The little path maker from Mirwin, the cats come out once again, sorry, pandas. And the wife is here now. So Oscar in low on mana, but a little bit more damage to play with as his teleport half the way off cooldown. Worth noting if we see another lane swap as Alvaro, this is deep. Mickey going all in. Concussive blows, one more. Gets wind, becomes lightning on both. Super slowed down as well. Passive, but doesn't go through Alvaro. It resets. He does not get stunned up, and Razork simply zoning out so the upset can get more gold. Meanwhile, all out on the bottom side. Pathmaker in. Oscar's dead. Near one puts one on the tally.
Mirren gets one back, but it's the bottom.
Remake.
We just by comes through, stand up as Alvaro, good engage. No, Razork pops his ulti first. Mega Inferno Bomb does nothing to Mickey and El Yoya. Thinks, hey, what can I add in? He's got a Cataclysm, doesn't bring it in. Super.
Po bio u fazonu, ja se ne pomeram sam ida.
But now Jojo's in. His mana's a little bit low. I wonder. Flag and drag in. Upset. Now in harm's way and still a concussive blow, or rather a Cataclysm to come through. Jojo lucky to be alive. Razork though finds a re-entry. Mickey with an auto will die under the turret. We're going Chaos Incarnate. Razork has nothing to get out of dodge. And Elliot has it all. Dreadline Max.
Ok, lepo. I ovo jako volite je matchup u džungli također. Jarvanik sin, kogod ode ahead, jako mu je lako da igra kogod je behind, baš mu je teško da uradi bilo šta. Mislim, mimo tog utility-a bacio sam ult, tankujem ili bacio sam ult, neko ne može dešao iz istog. Nije toliko lako da imaš ogroman impact na game.
Ovo je remake, već treba da bude tu, iskreno.
So even though MKOI are trying to operate on, can we get these people into position? They still lose one, they still lose another off the back of this. And it will be, 3 for 2 eventually for Fnatic off the back of this. Or, sorry, 2 for 2 for Fnatic off the back of this. But honestly, Super...
Razork je izašao i onda se vratio sa flashom nazad, ne razumem ga uopšte. Ovo nije normalan play sigurno, za ne? Ovo je katastrofalan play, what se dešava?
Su mental boomovali.
Lepo Razork na kraju. Ubit će ga Alvaro. Kuk.
KOI are not slowing down. They're constantly looking for fights. They are outplaying Fnatic on the map. The gold lead now 1k. Upset made his way bot lane against Jojo. This is a risky position to be in.
Fight again. Kill. It's like an LPL game. There's 12 kills in 10 minutes. And we have just thrown caution to the wind. The defining game in the series. And gentlemen, I don't know who's winning. Help. Hang on, Jojo comes off good satchel charge.
Okay, never mind.
Hold on by Jojo, he will escape Poby with
Po bi je bacio ulti prerano, iskreno. Mogu je sačekati.
But Super meanwhile with the grubs, it's finding ease of access with turret plating mid.
But this is the thing, MKOI have done everything they can to not just bandage Super. He's propped up, he's got a cup of tea, he's reading the newspaper. This man has been set up with a trust fund thanks to MKOI, and now all that lead that Fnatic worked so hard
Siđu mi se komentari jako.
carry has gone at the window thanks to Alvaro, thanks to these roams from Jojo, and Fnatic now find themselves in a goal deficit almost everywhere.
A 30 CS difference, and the Zeri has the gold lead. There's definitely an offside to see. Looks like, though, we're getting more action here in the bot lane. Mickey's caught out.
He is indeed. He's bought some time, though, and he has the ulti in his back pocket. The heal is the only thing gone. Oh, Yoya has Cataclysm, too.
Interestingly, Poby choosing to evolve his Q over his E here in the early game.
Oh, yeah, true.
The fact that he doesn't have that extended laser, the fact that he doesn't have that additional wave clear, instead going for the stronger trading tool, definitely a little unconventional here. But getting that extra movement speed may be something that he needs to help survive some of the early Jarvan ganks that we've seen thrown his direction.
Fnatic right now are just not stopping. The constant aggression, trying to find picks out. I feel like they took this comp seriously. They're like, hey, yo, we need to find a lead coming out of these lanes. As we said, bot is already an issue. Poby has a 20 CS lead. And while there is top even Stevens, Mewan might have solo kills, which is giving him a gold lead, but like, you see Fnatic don't want to slow down.
But it's the crucial breakpoints on items for MKOI with that slight gold lead that is making the difference now. First items almost entirely across the board for MKOI. Nothing apart from that Sundered Sky and Redemption on Fnatic. And with Dragon now spawned, MKOI can fight for pressure on bot, pressure in mid, and look to turn these first items into more
Black and Drag into a dredge line. We start the fight again. Super's over the wall, free firing the 3-0-0. He's a Mega Inferno Bomb. Does nothing because Razork is in the ulti. Cataclysm comes out, max range, so Mickey gets the perfect breaker. And that's how you get in a good social situation.
Because solo kilovati Oscar. Jedna još sekira.
And there's the morning mist, but no cats up and available till now. Mewan survives only if just.
Mewan just barely getting out of harm's way. Remember, he did find a solo kill earlier, but just the power of Yorick in the extended fight. The Maiden doing some serious work. Oh my goodness.
Nemoj izgubiti Maiden.
Getting a kill back, getting their hands on the Dragon, definitely alleviates some pressure as Elyoya overstays his welcome in that mid lane. He thinks that he can get a kill onto Mickey, but the instant flash punish from Mickey by utilizing his ult was a nice response as Koi find themselves now once again equal on the gold front.
And it's just those little advantages that MKOI could have used there. We just said it, first items across the board, but we get the replay here as MKOI try to go on to Mickey. He gets the shield up though, which means Super's damage isn't doing anywhere near as much as it should. He's able to get away from this
To ono što sam rekao, razlog uvek može da bude koristan kroz samo ult. I zašto si pika taj X na kraju, kao okej da, ako se nafidaš možda snowballaš, možda nosiš, ali čak i ako nisi toliko ahead, uvek možeš samo da prokaš ulti i da budeš tank i da realno baituješ ovakve fajtove.
I da prokuješ Sundered Sky.
Ne znam, čemu pričaš najbalansiraniji item u igrici. Koji zahteva puno skilla također da se aktivira, nemoj to da zaboraviš.
Da, jeste.
Šta ako slučajno dva put napadneš istu metu, a misliš da će se nahilovati, ne nahilaš se. O svemu moraš da razmišljaš.
Jutro sam gledao, kad je Keen igrao Aatroxa, tipa pao je na 100 healtha i prokao je jednom Sundered Sky, uzeo kill i fight izvršio na full HP-u. Mislim, uzeo još kao killova posle, da, ali kao jedan basic na low health target, nahilovao se, uzeo kill i onda je samo snowballovo onako,
Naravno, ide i s tim da Aatrox realno ima onaj bolestan heal buff kada je u ultu.
Da, jeste, ali...
Juče se to dogodilo sa Redemptionom. I Aatrox slow i dobije Redemption pod ultom i samo dobije 1500 health od Redemptiona, tako da... Interesantno za vidjeti.
Će ga Kasante još ubiti. Ma Kasante bre, čempion bre, BOOM! Ubiće ih obojicu! Ko je ovo čempion?
A čekaj, a sad nije Mirvin GOAT! Sad je do heroja. A da je Oskar ovo uradio, ne kolega, sve je u redu mi. Samo reci da ne gotiviš Mirvina, nije strašno ništa. Nema sramote, ne, sve u redu.
Ma Kasante pilotira Mirvina.
Pogledajte vi, pogledajte vi kako je moj kolega base ljudi, pa to nema nigde. Či ovo da je Oskar uradio gotovo, vrištanje na se. Što znači i njihovi kasteri, vidi kako ne glezuju Mirvina. Ne, Mirvin ništa, 0 bodova. Ma kakvi, Mirvin ništa. A gdje je sad nevjerovatan Mirvin udica?
A znaš šta je, stvar je tome što... dobro, gledaj. Ovdje ga Oskar ga pustio, razumiješ, bije se bez Maiden, mogao je da je samenuje, ali kao bio u fazonu, kao je.
Hteo je fairku, pa ima smisla, da.
Da, razmišlja da je 3 na 1 već nije fair, znaš.
Kapiram, ne, on je merciful god, što bi se reklo.
Da.
Mu si ismeo u facu, Mir. To mu rekao. Preveo bi šta je rekao na španskom, ali ne smijem, pošto u program idem.
Da, nemoj.
Neću, ne brni se, ne bi da nas cancelaju. Eto, Kasante is one hell of a champion. Pa ja ne mogu, kasteri, sram vas bilo. Glazujte Mirvina malo.
Sram da vas bude kasteri,
kako
ćete to da kažete?
Gdje je Mirvin Glaze, alo, šta je ovo? Ne, ovo je samo toliko bez da ja ne mogu da verujem. Ma jeste, Xante, evo najjači. Evo na svadbu ga zove, mislim, ne razumijem.
Lomi.
Strašno. Turbo glaze, ljudi. Ja kažem, Marenci. Čak vidi, ja sam okej. Nema veze. Ako ćeš da kažeš da ga nosi heroj, onda kad Oskar to uradi, reci da ga nosi heroj.
Tu nije. Oskar je koza, Mirvini nije koza, u tome je stvar.
I fair priča, ne vidim problem.
Can change the pace of a game, and while yes, MKOI had really a lot of signs of life, gold was quite even. I'm shocked that one player can do so much, and with this dragon up in 15 seconds, it does feel like those two items cross the border enough for Fnatic to start fearing. Let's see if they just send it anyway, gents, because they've lost so much control in this river, and now he's back again. Mega Blast Cone gets Mickey out, Oscar. He's back into his shell because he can't step up in this way.
Pobi, kad ne igra, onda stvarno ne igra lik. Kao, kad igra, to je super, kad ne igra, to je ne igra, lik je nevidljiv.
Dobro da ovaj game jeste malo mlak, mislim, ima savršen CS, igra Viktora i Scala, kao šta će. Ne može da nađe previše prilike. Ali mislim da se osjeti kada on ne pravi razliku, ono, to je definitivno.
He's the Elden Lord, he's Thanos, he's every final boss combined, he's... Fnatic are gonna need all 5 members, I think.
Ja mislim da Oscar ide drugi item Serildu i Lomi. Lomi, ali neće.
Jojo in the mid lane doing the same thing. It's all blue in the bot side of your screen, as Koi is the driving force here in game 3.
The scaling AP threat.
Kad bi bio jedan igrač koji zna da igra Yorika ili tim koji igra oko Yorika kao što bi trebalo, pa možda bi bilo zabavno gledati. Ovako imam osjećaj da gledam samo apsolutno useless champa svaki game kad ga pikuju.
Možeš da kažeš da tvoj GOAT ne zna da igra Yorika?
Ne, mislim da samo champion useless. Čak toliko je useless da ni moja koza ne može da ga učini da izlazi. Da izgleda kako treba.
Znači moraš da budeš baš ono OTP da bi hero izgledao polu-viable, to ćeš da kažeš.
Da.
Ok, to ima smisla,
Mickey is going to exhaust, but he's in trouble, half HP. Stand behind me, Poby gives him a way out, but MKOI might not be done yet, as continuously fishing, still looking for something.
But if Jojo is getting this pressure with Alvaro, what hope do you have of an Anakan that's now just about to spawn on the bottom side? Or sorry, on the top side. Like, this is just so much control from MKOI, and as long as they can poke and push people back, they get their value.
Mickey, ulti, max range hits, connects, Winter's Bite turns into concussive blows, Jojo, 2 autos to go, he'll get stunned up, double redemption, Mega Phantom misses, does nothing this time, Oscar in TPs, there's another one though, Raid Boss is coming, Stretch line doesn't connect, but Miwin has arrived. As you said, Anakan just spawned, and Fnatic are on the back foot again.
I mean, that was a really nice disengage that we saw come through from Jojo and Alvaro. Mickey with a super creative engage, put a lot of pressure down, got the flash out from Jojo, which could become a big factor in the upcoming fight. Right now, Oscar just doesn't want to cede full control around this topside river, but Super being left exposed means that he will just pick up this mid-tier 2. Razork working with Poby, but they're not going to be able to lock him down.
Beautiful sights.
But you talked about it earlier, like, Fnatic want to fight. And Benny, how do they start a fight?
That's a great question.
They just don't have ways to find engage. They don't really have ways to threaten a Jojo Pyum with no flash. The reason Mickey had to get creative is it's the only bloody way they can find anything. So for MKOI, it feels like at this stage, the composition is stronger, they're stronger, and they're only getting better as they become more and more online.
We only said MKOI have to be patient, which historically would be something too hard to ask. But today they've shown it, game 1, and now they can be really patient with these drafts, and it was their weakness now turned into an obvious strength. I just talked about the single work they've done throughout this tournament, to use your phrasing, Betty. And again, it's impressive. 4.5k gold lead. Dragons up in 2 minutes. Ignore that. That Anakan top still seems to be something we might end up focusing around. For now, though, MKOI getting a little bit frisky down in the bottom lane, seeing if they can find Razork. But he too backs off, and in time, Poby gets back to base.
Okay, so Dragon and Anakan. These are the 2 objectives that both teams will be thinking about in the near future. You can tell that the pace is definitely slowed down as Fnatic realize that there's very little that they can look to try and force on the map right now.
Partija kao suspendija i dalje mislim da postoji fight gde pobi samo pop-offuje i vina iako su 5k down. Neko sam naučio da Viktor, taman kad misliš da ne radi ništa, samo uradi sve.
And I'm thinking of what options Fnatic have. A flank from Razork, an ice ulti from Mickey, an overextension from Koi, a potential pick onto a member.
Here we go.
But Koi not going to waste any time. They're going to start the objective. And I mean, I think Fnatic might just have to give this one up.
Mirwin is going to start zone controlling. He's got to flip back. Oscar in his red line. Great. Again, the flip back there. The path maker into range of the whole team. And Oscar has to flash out. Yeah, Fnatic say we'll just get bot turret. What else can we do? Atakan achieved. And this game feels like it's soon to be coming to a close.
Yeah, they can't even try and contest. They're just hoping that Poby can be some sort of win condition. The scaling can potentially be there, but
oh my god, on the edge of Vision, Oscar Innen gets nuked, gets Thunderdomed.
Koliko samo moraju da potrebe da bi Oscara ubili. Ali sada ćemo vidjeti da li Fnatic to može da upotrebi. Ovo žrtvovanje koze. Okej. Ma ne, čeći kad Santi da ih prelomi, gledaj se ono.
Če stoji u 4 čoveka i ubija 4 čoveka. Ajde kasteri, glazujte Xante kako je mnogo broken hero i kako bi to svako mogu da uradi. Ajde, ajde, znam da želite.
A smo poslednji put videli Lucijana koji je dobio game.
Ne skoro. Lucijan je baš u Evropi underwhelming. Lucijan je baš ono... Ne mogu da budem ljubitelj, mislim da Evropa ne zna da igra toliko dobro Lucijana, mislim da... Što su dva problema u jednom, jer mislim da na Worldsu kada Elk bude došao i kada nam bude pokazao kako se igra Lucijan, Evropljani će se pogubiti jer će biti u fazonu čekali hero i može to da radi i dalje. I tako bude svaki Worlds, bukvalno.
What shocks me is that somehow, through this carnage, Poby is still 0-0-0. He's just been sitting most of this game in a side lane. Yeah. And again, I hate to come back to it, but this comp from Fnatic, I just don't really see how it comes together and works. Koi seems to have such a fluid idea, and of course, Cassandra getting a double kill helps. The draft really doesn't matter when things like that happen in the game, but in terms of the comeback options, Fnatic feels super limited. Jojo gonna bounce his way to safety. But yeah, Baron now, a card that I think Koi should just force. Yeah, I think they're so much stronger that even if Fnatic do come to contest, you just turn.
Čujem Baron force i u fazonu sam ne ovako, ali dobro, mislim da Gezdi imaju dovoljan lead. Ne znam, 5k gold u 25 minuta bi trebalo bude dovoljno da sve dok ne izintaš setup, trebalo bi da možda ga forsiraš i da prođeš relativno okej.
Now they got to see if it can pay off, but he's just shy on having that magic pen item fully completed. And now Fnatic's hands are being called.
Dredge line narrowly missing onto Mickey. Mkoi so confident in this side of the jungle, looking for yet another pick. Elyoy is in. Doesn't pull off the Cataclysm yet, though. Super's also alongside him. Almost level 16 on this area. Half the way to go, and you see Mirwin stands his ground. He's now got a caning Rookern, so Poby affects him a lot less. Baron sits up, but Mkoi, the name of this game has been not to...
Ja razmišljam, nisam video, nažalost, kada je tokom mid game-a, tokom early game-a, šta je uzeo kao drugi upgrade Poby? Ja mislim da na pro playu, osim ako ne igraš, recimo Viktora u Akali ili Silas ili tako nešto, ja mislim da ti iskreno Q ne treba kao upgrade drugi.
Dobro da u Ziggs jeste mnogo teško dobiješ Q value.
Jer onaj put kada su skočili na Jojo na gore, to je Miki napravio onaj play iz busha, čini mi se da nije imao slow na laseru. Jel ti imao slow, ja ne znam da li on ima beži. Mislim, ja iskreno više volim slow. Drugi upgrade, to je duplo V. Ali ima situacija retkih. Recimo, specifično u te čempione koji jako su agresivni da upgradeuju drugo Q.
Who they beat down in spring to go as the first seed at MSI. It's been a fun little rivalry this year, at least in the later portion. Like these players, I mean, consistently in stepping up to the plate.
I think it's also like such a shining difference from spring. Like a lot of question marks were around MKOI coming into spring, even the playoffs saying, hey, look, it hasn't been as clean. They have been able to solidify that team play. But this playoffs, this split from MKOI has been a very different story. It has been clean, it has been aggressive.
A Pobi ne radi ništa, ali igra Viktora. Mislim, on, ono, kažem, jedan fight može da promeni ceo narativ ovog gema.
This is MKOI's house. This is MKOI's territory where they feel confident.
Teško je opet, igraš protiv koja u Španiji, publika 300% na njihovoj strani. Iako imaju Oskara koji je Španac, jednostavno, ono...
Pobi je Španac.
Jojo Pion je honorary Španac. Da. I neko misli da španska publika je malo manje toksična, iskreno. Pa sam provalio. Od Francuza.
Yes, definitivno. Imaju definitivno drugačiji hype.
Oh, here we go again. Look at the path maker, true damage, Oscar. With the
God.
main can't do anything, flushes away, but Jojo's here to dunk down and take...
Pa dobro, 0-6-1, 0-6-1, šta ćeš? Nekada moraš da postaneš ovaj deo određenog operatera u Srbiji.
Ton, samo daješ shoutout za moj broj telefona, pošto ga toliko glazujem.
To je fair, to je fair.
But the reset's coming through. I mean, MKOI would get it here too. But I thought that would be the signal to all hands on deck. We're going for the juggler.
Spike connects. Culling comes through. Jojo flashes away. Culling also escaped from a minefield placed out, but it's going to be sold, claimed regardless. Flashes don't matter when they're engaged. It's simply a bomb. MKOI, the nails continue piling up. It's Elder next. If Fnatic can get a flip there, sure, but now it might open the window to Baron as Oscar is respawning, but might have to TP in.
And with the soul secured, I think, yeah, definitely the safe approach. I'd really love to see them force the Baron. They talk a lot about wanting to increase the pace of the game, and with the position that they're in, with the soul at their backs as well,
nisu, da, Španci nisu toliko toksični. Alvaro. A i Mirvin je ostao bez W-a.
Ama kakav Sante, champion.
Ovo je samo grip bio, ja ne znam šta rade Alvaro i Mirvin ovde, ali...
Yeah, I think if it was anyone else, Fnatic, that play might have worked out. But Miro is not really.
Znači, njih će Ziggs da odvali. On je baš prejak. Kao, oni su svi low range. Oh my god. Oh, help. Never mind. Moj Pobi, moj brat je baci ulti sebi u noge, ja ne verujem.
Unlucky. Unlucky 2-1, unlucky 2-1.
Brzo pauza. Tiltovan sam, sad video.
But the difference maker being Mew and acting as this wall of protection. Jojo face checks a rush that he had no right checking. quickly throws the ultimate down, but as we've seen so many times, the reaction from Koi is swift and ruthless. Super arrives, forces Upset out of the fight. Poby flashes in to try and get a kill onto Super, but he doesn't have the damage, and Mewin just, I mean, single-handedly
Brzo, vratimo su... Bože, da sam kažem nešto pogrešno. Vratimo humanoida brzo. Da li je tu? Vraćajte ga za game 3, za game 4.
You know, quantifying like when is it finally going to happen. Mickey face checking. Oh no! The wall centered his own team. And Super gets a freebie.
It was a Fnatic who managed to step up yesterday against KC and find themselves here. But in spring it was MKOI who destroyed KC and went on to beat G2 in that final. And MKOI are looking to send themselves once more into
Bam, 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 bam. Koi.
Your eardrums are now bleeding as Cowman lifts up the cowbell. It is signaling the death knell. Alvaro is going to get out of the culling, but MKOI are going to move to match point. It's now just dotting the i's.
Pobi odlučuje da ipak ne radi damage na kraju. Mislim, u ovom momentu might as well samo da izbilduješ Rabadon bolje nego Zonju, ono kao, neš ništa uradi. Samo ti treba milion damage-a I to je to.
A double for Super off the wing. A third goes down. MKOI the victory march to try and get this series tied up.
Fnatic tried everything to get the
I opet još jedna dominantna partija. Ćemo da vidimo da li Koi možda završi ovo sa 3-1 ili će Fnatic da se vrati. Fnatic bira stranu. Verovatno biraju Blue. Za sad Blue sad ima dobar win rate, tako da može im to biti dovoljno. Ajmo da imamo još jedna partija I to je potencijalno to 11 minuta pauza, vraćamo se sa game broj 4.
Strong stuff from Koi. It was a little bit touch and go at times, but they end up closing things out.
Law, take it away.
It is an MKOI win here once again in Madrid, and the player just finished the game. Fnatic is going off stage now. They're gonna join their coaching room backstage. MKOI is gonna follow shortly. They are the first team taking us here to match points in Madrid. You heard the atmosphere in the arena. It's electric right now. Let's see if MKOI can close it out right after this, or if we're gonna go to game 5.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Hey Jay, have you joined the WhatsApp? What? Oh, join the WhatsApp? Jay, I needed to join the WhatsApp. I already joined the WhatsApp. They asked me, I joined the WhatsApp. Have you joined the WhatsApp?
That is the changing lanes guy.
Is he switching lanes?
He should change his in-game name to changing lanes.
I mean, sure, but his teammates will have a field day.
How come?
Well, think about it. Hey, changing lanes, what lane are you playing? Or changing lanes, you don't seem that good. Have you considered changing lanes?
Okay, I have a good one. Hey, changing lanes, have we considered changing games?
That's kind of rude.
But it's League of Legends, isn't it?
Is really good. A knock-up from El Yoya as well. Razor takes a 1v2 as he now discovers Audacious charge in. Won't matter. Dread fight and super. Yoinks with electricity from afar.
They cannot win. I'm coming as well.
Nope.
I ulti everyone. Queuing 6.
I don't know 5. Good enough. Kill him. Bro, 0-8.
Movistar Koi, they want that date with G2 again tomorrow. They get to match point first right here in Madrid as we welcome you back to the Marriott Bonvoy analyst desk. And wow, I mean, although there were mid-game skirmishes, it was pretty sovereign from MKoi, wasn't it? Or am I reading it wrong?
I think you're reading it completely right. Completely literate. I mean, I think MKoi, this game, they just dominated almost every play. Sure, there was a little bit of mishaps. Maybe the Jarvan ulti million wasn't optimal, but in general, MKoi kept the pace of the game stable and standard. They didn't really give any openings to Fnatic.
And even though Fnatic was the big aggressor, it really felt like MKoi was always in the position to pull up a great counterpunch, and it all starts with the early game, because we saw the infamous LCK level 1 lane stop, and I felt like there was a lot of crazy things happening there, and that's why I just really want to show it, because it was out of this world. Yeah. So if you can bring out the clip and roll it, that would be great. So
I mean, this looks so good. I was so happy seeing this. Oscar is winning the trades, like normally always when the ADC goes top. The top laner is the one getting fisted under tower, but this time it's Yorick who's just hitting the E's onto Supa. It's looking great. Razork fights away behind, gets Supa's flash. He's like 200 HP, so now Razork can surely just...
Yes, okay, if he pause it right now, so...
Oh wait.
He has to...
Well,
is he supposed to...
Something looks wrong now.
Yeah, but he doesn't need to do this. Like, why is he here? Like, look at the minimap. You have the Zeri under tower, 1 HP. Your bot is winning. Brom is already rotating. You saw Nautilus walk into the mid lane as well. And then you walk in here, just roll the clip and show what happens. But why are you here?
Wait, we saw Nautilus on mid?
Yes, we saw him.
No, we didn't see him on mid. No.
But is it still okay?
It's
still okay, Jack,
I mean,
right?
Seri got a kill, but it's not that bad. Like, Seri getting fed, it kind of sucks, but Oscar here is hitting another E onto Supa, gets him really chunked. I mean, now suddenly, okay, we're back here, we're back. This looks pretty good.
So is it time to pause again and look at it again to see what's happening? So,
okay. I mean, this looks good. Oscar can now just try to
so this guy is 1 HP, right? This guy is 1 HP. Brom is still here. We blew the Cassante. The Cassante TP is on cooldown. You see it over here. So
I mean,
what should happen?
I think we can maybe dive Supa if he misplays. Maybe we can land an E.
No more of this. Just stay in the 1v2. You're already winning. You don't need to do this. And now you don't need to kill him under the tower. The map is already won.
Yeah, I guess you could have done
But
that.
okay, pause it again. Pause it one more time. Like the pause is late, but I don't really care.
It's crashing out.
But just flash the EQ. Like Lucian is right over here. He's about to arrive and collect the kill. Surely they're gonna chase you more. The Cassante is still top. You need to base and you need to catch this bot wave. You don't need to do this. Why?
I don't know.
Why? I just want good games.
Honestly.
I just want this series to be worth and be great because both teams are making great plays. I don't want to see one team making misplays because these teams are so good.
Okay, listen. Valid crash outs. And also, I think Fnatic fans watching, they're really feeling you right now.
They feel like me.
Yeah, they feel like you. But there's other people who are feeling very happy.
I did predict them
believe
quite to win, to be honest. But
it's all right.
I just want good games.
That Laura is standing by with a family member of one of the MKOI players.
Hello guys, I'm Noah. I'm here with Mirwin's mom, Charo, for a brief interview. Charo, ¿cómo has visto a tu chaval en esta partida? ¿Qué ha hecho?
Eso es sinvergüenza, literal.
¿Eso es todo lo que tienes que decir?
Es que yo no se lo he enseñado, es cosecha propia de él, ¿eh? Que conste.
Okay, so I just asked, okay, Charo, what happened with your son in this game? And she just said that, I mean, he has no shame, that all that you've seen in the Summer Swift, she never teach him, he just learned it on his own. Charo, ¿cómo ves a tu hijo de cara a pasar a la final? ¿Cómo ves a tu hijo que se va a ir a jugar los mundiales? ¿Qué tienes que decirle a tu chaval para darle ese extra de motivación para la siguiente partida?
Día a día van mejorando, Noel, todos. O sea que a seguir aprendiendo, por supuesto. Y nada, ahora a disfrutar de un buen League of Legends. Yo deseo que ganen. Y nada, a los mundiales, a China.
So I just asked for her mom to give some support and words for his son, who's not only one step away from making it to finals, who's only going to Worlds in this year. And she just said that he's just learning step by step, not just him, but all his teammates, and that he's going to Worlds and he's just making it. Charo, ya para cerrar la entrevista, algunas palabras para arengar a todos los fans de Movistar KOI para la siguiente.
Los fans son el alma del equipo. Lo viví cuando estuve con ellos en Berlín. Son realmente geniales y sin ellos el equipo no existiría.
So Charo just said that without the fans, the team would be nothing. The crowd is cheering. Guys, make some noise. Un poquito de ruido para la última partida. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Charo. And back to you to the desk.
Thank you very much. That was, of course, the lovely Noah. Mirwin was... Imagine this, you're a pro player, you're walking in, you're one game away from the grand final, you look up at the big screen, you see your mom who's giving all her support to you. It's beautiful.
I mean, that's a bigger curse than your monologue curse, so I feel like...
Why did you bring it there? It's so heartwarming, it's so beautiful.
What? You don't know what you're talking about. Anyway, let's talk about her son.
Yeah, let's talk about Mirwin.
Let's talk about this Cassante moment, Finn.
I mean, I know showmakers crying right now all over in Korea, because when you see things like this happening on your screen, I don't know whether you should laugh or cry, because Mirwin's Cassante this game was demonic. Like, that 1v2 onto bot lane, he was constantly put under pressure. With that swap, he was laning 1v2 against Upset and the Braum, but because of that early swap that Odona broke down, he was put in such a good position, finding the solo kill on level 6 against the flashless Oscar Rinnin, and now this was just so beautifully. What a tilted for Oscar Rinnin, and And I know when he stands up and screamed at them, I know that adrenaline was going crazy and he was just feeling himself.
Absolutely monster performance, because even though this copy pasta has been here for such a long time, Cassante got nerfed hundreds of times, but still he is here and he's putting up such amazing performances on this champion.
Jack. Este es Cassante, un campeón de 4.700 puntos de vida, 300
de armadura y
12 y 1 de resistencia mágica, que tiene habilidades imparables, escudo y salto de muro. Okay.
You don't even need to speak Spanish. Everyone knows this. It's global at this point. The hate for Cassante will never die.
Yes, follow the poster of that as well. Oh, okay. It's a little bit warm on stage, I presume, and he's been jumping.
If I would smurf this hard, I would also be wiping, my
it's overloaded right now.
So, let's take stock of a couple of narratives, because we love those, but honestly in finals weekend I think it's apt. Let's start with the people on screen right now. Jack Spectra with Movistar Koi, who nobody actually, except for their own fans maybe, believed in them when they went into that grand final. Most people would have said they're not going to win versus G2 and they're not going to win a championship this year, and they did.
For sure. I think the whole evolution of this roster has been so surprising and such a nice development to see. Just the fact that they keep getting better and better under the leadership of Elyoya. Every single player has improved massively, and the fact that any player can step up. In this game it was Mirwin, in the previous it felt like it was Supa, and it was just everybody has the capability to carry. It's wonderful to see.
I just feel like they have channeled all their aggression into the correct areas right now, because they came into winter, even last winter, and they were all over the place. The drafts were crazy, the gameplay was even crazier, but right now the drafts are strong, stable, consistent. Their gameplay precise, clean, beautiful League of Legends that they're playing, and I love to see it.
It's true, but we had some predictions at the top of the day. Finn saying it's going to be a 3-1 for MKoi, and Jack Spectra saying a 3-2 for Fnatic. I want to hear you win conditions for Fnatic, because they need it, Jack Spectra.
I mean, both of the dreams are still alive. I mean, for Fnatic, I think in this game, they just didn't have Upset on a more reliable enough of a carry. You could see he was trying his best on the Lucian, but he couldn't get through Mirwin. I really want to see him on a champion that just has way better scaling. Put him on more of a hyper carry that once you get to that late game, because all of these games, it feels like they're bound to go kind of late game. They're going to go past Soul, maybe even the Elder. And especially when you're in an arena like this, scaling is the way to go. We saw K-Corp, the one win they got, that was scaling. That's the way to go.
I also say gold differentials are a bit more fake in an arena, it seems like, because sometimes you're ahead a lot, but it doesn't take much.
The items don't matter, it's how you use them that matters, how well you click. And I feel like if I'm going to talk about the victory conditions for MKoi, on the other hand, I want to keep seeing Elyoya and Alvaro unleashed. I feel like their activeness on the map is crucial, and a key point for me is that I love seeing Jojipun on these follow-up champions. Game 1, it was a Talia who could join any fight, whether it was started, because he's not a playmaker. Game 2, he was on the own, a little bit more, the ball was in his court, but I feel like that's not where MKoi is successful. They're successful when Elyoya and Alvaro can link up plays, and he's just following them, which is why the Ziggs was peculiar, because he could just ult into any fights, and sure, Jarvan doesn't have enough damage to keep, but with that Ziggs ult on his back, it becomes really easy. So I would love to see them hone into this playstyle.
I love it. A nice combo for MKoi for Fnatic, and grabs up against it. Odo, as we go into this draft, what do you make of the points that they presented, and what would you like to see?
I mean, it's been clear because it's been the win conditions for both of these teams. I really do wonder, so even though these teams have a lot of various play styles, it really comes down to what's going to be open now. And with Fnatic being on blue side, the ball is in their court to figure out what's the most OP, because in Game 4, you need to be properly doing your homework and make this tier list of champions. What is the most OP? Because it's a little bit more difficult to navigate right now, because you need to find these archetype of team comps that fit well your win conditions.
And I'm so surprised already that Fnatic decided to go for the Sivir, because there was a one champion in my head. I'm thinking like, Sivir, you want a first pick Sivir? Alistar's out, Jarvan is out, so many of the other carries are out. But they banned it instead.
Evo nas, ajmo da vidimo da li koji završava, da li se Fnatic vraća. Potencijalno finalni game ove serije, ali Fnatic se i dalje sigurno nešto pita. Tako ćemo vidjeti šta će se ovdje izdešavati. Varus je malo flipi do duše. Varus je malo više flipi. Ne znam šta da mislim o Varusu.
when you don't have engage, you need to find engage in different roles.
Ne znam. Mislim da je okej.
My God, is
Ali...
that the Sion? How did Sion get from blue side? I didn't even notice.
Yeah, I mean, now the problem is that this virus is going to be forced to go on it, and you really need to win that early laning phase to get a lot of value out of this pick. And I don't doubt that Upset and Mickey can.
A ne mora nužno da ide on hit, ali kao moraju da pobede jako brzo.
It's hard for me to see it.
Yeah, and it's going to be a Ryze lock-in. Game 1, they banned Cassio to set this Ryze up, but it seems they don't even care about it. They just picked the Ryze, they want that split push threat, they want the side laning, those ults to go into the team fights. And I really want to see how he uses this ability, because once again, we see Jojipan playing kind of a facilitating carry. Warlord is a little bit more in his court this time on the Ryze, but he still has to make use of those moves.
Now it's especially important that blue side does find the correct answers to this, because when you have Sion and Ryze picked in so early, the Trundle is already a great pick, takes away the mobility from the Ryze, and locks down the Sion.
I love Cassio. I really love Cassio. I'd love to see Cassio here. You touched on it, Finn. I'm sorry I had to interrupt you. I just really want Cassio. Please don't go some really low damage champion like Galio. You need a high DPS.
So you're okay, you're okay.
Yeah, okay, but they need some high
Cassio
DPS
or Hui is a winner for me.
I just feel like Cassio, you have more survivability.
Finally.
But Hui, after the buff.
Finally, the Hui is here after the buff. It was such a huge buff, and I expected to see a lot more from this champion in this weekend, but I'm finally happy to see it here because it plays so well into the Fnatic's team comp. They won. They don't even need to go on hit anymore on the bars. They can double down on this range advantage they have. Neutral objective setup is just so much easier. We have this sort of zone of control with the Hui.
Odavno je hypovan za Hueja. Vidit ćemo šta će bude tu.
Absolutely crucial, because now suddenly Super has the second think. Does he want to go on an immobile hypercarry? Because suddenly there might be a Thunder Pillar that's blocking your escape path. So he goes for the S-roll to kind of keep himself a little bit more safe in these fights. But I wonder, I feel like they really wanted some more damage from the bot lane position with that Sign, with that Ryze. The Jinx would be nice, but Trundle kind of denies that. And the way, as you say, so beautiful pick. They're starting to ban the Cho'Gath, and it seems like they want to put Oscarina on something that's a little bit more volatile, not one of those tank champions that can just go even, scaling.
I mean, both team comps kind of have
Da li
low damage to tank.
Iba i streamuje ovo? Mene interesuje.
To je dobro pitanje. Danas je me neko vreme Malkici odvojio od Lola. Mislim, njegova je orga, tako da kapiram da verovatno da, ali znam da je jedno vrijeme rekao da ono malo je otišao ka Variety, odvojio se. Ima nekih problema sa Riotom, ako se dobro sećam. Problema, neslaganja, kako god hoćeš.
A ne streamuje, Ibaj.
Ja ti mislim da je bila neka drama između Ibaja i Riota. Također znam da je ko izbačen, ok, moram da biram riječi, možda nije izbačen, ali ne igraju više Valorant, onaj VCT ne igraju više. I znam da je Ibaj baš dao izjavu kao ne znam zašto ne igramo, nisu ništa objasnili i tako neka priča je bila. Samo odjednom ostao bez slota u tom Valorant Championshipu.
Da, sećam se tako nečega, ali ne pratim Valorant da bi znao zasigurno. A ne bih da dajem pogrešne informacije, kao što kažeš.
Mickey at least needs to pick a melee champion to make space, and even if he doesn't, then maybe, yeah, the bot lane is a little bit hard, but when it comes to team fighting later on in the game, it's a lot easier for MKOI.
And it's not Fury for Elyoya here. We saw Rastergon yesterday had a stellar game, and I remember Elyoya previously in Spring was also really, really good on this Nefiri. Has incredibly good snowballing, but does take a little bit to get going, and especially if then Fnatic can get that front line, get that CC, can make it really hard for this Nefiri.
Yeah.
Tarik.
Poppy top into Sign. It's not a great matchup into Sign, but it does fill that role that is so desperately needed. Maybe she can walk up and find some of those keepers verdant in these team fights, kind of zone out the team comp of MKOI.
If you remember, Poppy is one of Oscar's one tricks, because when he came into the league, the Poppy was
one of Oscar's one tricks. Ovo ti je to. On je jedini one trick koji možda ima više nego one trick.
Naravno. A kako drugačije? Pa zato je koza. Zato je GOAT. Je li Poppy jungle? Trundle top.
We've seen this big time and and time again when people desperately want to engage and it hasn't really found the success. Maybe Alvaro knows something we don't with his Maokai and can make it work a little bit better. He doesn't need to be main engaged because he does have that big sign to walk up together with.
I put all my cards on Fnatic and I'm doubling down. It's a Fnatic win. They got the puppy. They get ready to dance, buddy.
Is it a Trundle top?
Wait.
It might
Wait
end
a
up
minute.
in the Trundle
Does it
top.
change? Does it change?
It changes a lot. It changes a lot because all of a
Naravno
sudden
da menja.
this is a split pushing machine. You have a lot more practice.
Interesantno.
You can play for the dive. There's just so many more things that you can do.
I'm smelling a game 5.
I love this Trundle rotation flex. I think that's genius. Picking that into the side makes it so hard for Sign to find any ult with constant side pressure, and it's going to be great for Fnatic.
Ah, amazing. We think we're getting the silver scrapes. Des, do you feel the same?
Trundle top lane.
A tu je baš retko da vidiš.
Because not only do we want a game 5, but because us as casters, we thrive in these moments. It's not just about these two teams that are sitting in the up echelon of our league. It's about the crowd, the environment that have gone nuts so far. Actually, both Fnatic and MKOI. Surprisingly, there's still so much support. But enough about that. Let's get into game 4. Let's see if this draft works out because MKOI, this time around, the draft ain't coming from Alvaro. The engage, rather. I feel like a lot of the drafts have been hinging on how he starts fights, and MKOI basing himself around that.
But I think it's a lot of the creativity coming through from Fnatic, right? Bringing the Trundle out, you kind of expect to go in towards the jungle. That's where we've preliminary seen it over the last few weeks, and instead they end up sending towards the top side. And I think it's a fantastic switch up. The fact you get this matchup into the tank, you get to steal those stats. If you're ever left alone with the tower, you can essentially just take that turret underneath Sign's face as well.
Šta? Aha. Okej, Minion cosplay. Želeski dead. Last hit dead, jadan brat, obuko su Minion cosplay, dobit će bong po glavi. Ni kriv ni dužan.
Strade talak što
Vidiš to, cosplayu kripovi imaju range i melee kripove, respekt. Respekt.
Aha, da,
Iskreno
David
respekt.
Canon minion.
A mislim da je to sljedeći wave tamo, za 2 wave-a tek dolazi.
Well, I mean, they're obviously on the other side of the arena, right? So they have to meet in the middle.
Oh my god, is this just that whole segment? This is that whole early game. Watching minions around early game. I mean, this is what we look at in League of Legends daily anyway. Okay, so that's happening. Welcome back. Now, while this is going on, I just can't cast this game. I just can't cast this game.
Look, already, Fnatic taking a little bit of an unfavorable trade on the bottom side, Poby as well. So I think at the moment, it's going to be a case of Fnatic again.
Ovaj lik ide bez gaća, nadam se da ne. Delo mi kao da su mu gole noge.
To je sve deo cosplaya, ne brini se ništa.
Jojo Piano will be in a decent spot, and already it's Fnatic just trying to play for range and let Oscar in and play that split pusher in the side lane.
Vedius, if you got anything?
Oh, I mean, absolutely. I have so many thoughts.
Completely distracted. Yeah. Okay, now I feel like taking that away was important.
My first thought is Elyoya once again looking for an early gank.
Yep, and he's going to find an easy angle, isn't he? Oscar Renan has done the damage, but to find a kill here is going to be hard. The chomp onto a minion instead. He's dead. Tries to deal with the wave. First blood to the dog.
And quite frankly, that is just a very basic mistake to make. Early on, if you have an advantage and your jungler is pathing away from you, you have to be way more respectful of the enemy jungle. We've seen Elyoya do these types of clears before, clearing one half of his camps, immediately going for a level 3
Razorko super uz 2 hita tankovao Alvaro.
Zenith Blade Cleanse comes out, Arrow misses from upset, but Mickey's quite low, pops a pot, and Super gets away with simply a cleanse.
Still though, Elyoya is on this bottom side after the reset. Double longsword, they may be looking for the fight, and with Mickey somewhat low, and there's no wards, that could be it.
Look towards mid, Poby, good chain as well, gets a combo in after the claws. Low minion help Baras, we look towards the engaging bot. Cleanse comes out, there, Bradlock now shows himself onto Alvaro, he's in grasp, but Mickey dies first. Flash away, Upset's gonna die too.
Ok, 3-1. 3-1. 3-1.
This early game is a
GG.
disaster for Fnatic. And meanwhile, the lightning doesn't hit from afar, and Elyoya's going in deep. This back from Razor.
Ne znam, malo se plaši se previše opustili u... Protiv Casey, to je zbog Casey-a, ne protiv Casey-a, protiv Casey-a su igrali dobro. Ali mi su bili u fazonu samo toliko smo dobri jer smo stompali Casey i onda samo shvatili da je možda Casey bio taj koji nije baš bio u svom prime-u.
Secures himself a 2-0-1 scoreline, and we're not even 5 minutes into the game.
And now you've got MKOI who are looking for the swap as well, sending their bot lane top side, which means that Oscar Erden is already in a bit of a bad spot because he just TP'd back to the top lane. Will actually let Mirren go boss.
Jer niko od fanatika ne poštuje junglera ili kao...
But look at the way the lanes are now set up. So Oscar Erden has just reset. He now needs to walk all the way boss. A massive wave.
Razorki i iluzije ne možete povrediti.
Razork, he's going to put up the steadfast presence that Alvaro follows regardless. This Maokai, we were like, how's the engage going to work? So far for MKOI, really good. Alvaro, even on the EU tree, is styling this series.
But Aljoya and Alvaro were the duo that we talked so much about in game one. And now they're working together once again, stealing away camps from Razork. And it all kind of cascades from that first play in top side. Aljoya converting that first kill into an immediate bot side gank, now just putting constant pressure onto the enemy jungle. It's Fnatic that's playing catch up as MKOI is running away with the early game.
And in the last game, it was Fnatic who were making these plays, being the aggressors, but it was MKOI who were able to turn it around. This time, it's MKOI finding success in these plays and top with a lead. Jungle and AD carry with a near 600 gold lead each. It is disastrous in this early game.
Now, I would be remiss not to mention...
O, moj internet. Nadam se da neće dugo.
A Kiana in that Aljoya was decimating the early game in MKOI's favor. But as the game went on, Fnatic continued to find good fights and scaled their way back.
Volim malo da zabode s vremena na vreme. Nije dugo.
Kad si rekao da si sredio optiku?
Da ću srediti možda, pa ne znam još. Sad su, trenutno su ljudi na treningu koji trebaju da instaliraju, tako da kad će oni to završiti, kad će to da krene, to se ne zna, ali kako je Oskar... Ac?
Mislim da je ovo samo viši nivo igre koju ja ne mogu da razumem.
Da, ja mislim da je to. Bio bi Scream FF, da. Bukvalno bio bi Scream FF, ništa loše nije rekao.
In series, it just seems like in front of their home crowd, this team levels up.
Yeah, I mean, earlier in the year, we had the road trip to Madrid. In this matchup, we had that incredibly epic Game 3, the fabled...
Nemaju baš 100% win rate, izgubili su jednu partiju ove serije, izvinjavam se. To nije baš dobra statistika.
MKOI lead the series with match point. And now with a 2k gold lead, 7.5 minutes in.
Oh, engage, a pinch. Mickey's coming in as well. Steadfast presence, two-shot barrage. Alvaro, though, does so much work. Mickey kites away. There's going to be a realm war for Jojo to get his support out. And only him. Everyone up around Grubs. 20 seconds and a lot was just burnt.
Jojo still has no flash and Fnatic still hovering around this mid. The ward will spot out that Mickey's in the area.
Dude, Oscar's doing no damage to this Scion. Mirwood is just chilling. This is like the dream Scion game where you just get
Znači, si igraš u Trandla i dobijaš ga, znači to... Nisam znao da je moguće, legitimno nisam znao da je moguće.
Thank you, Betty. I couldn't see from here and I was a bit worried it was going to happen again.
I mean, if he just hits him with a minion...
Or a decimating smash.
Yeah, could be dead. This matchup not going the way that Oscar envisioned, I imagine.
Or a lot of people, I guess.
Well, kind of the matchups across the board not really going their way, right? The only one who seems to be working is Poby, who is getting some good work done with Super now.
Trouble waiting again for the poke to come out. The flash from Mickey behind his support.
Ooh, Super!
Beautiful flash! Mickey
blizu je bilo.
the body in the way and Super came close to averting expectation. The spike comes in meanwhile. The fight continues over at the Grubs and Razork has done good work. It was actually MKOI to get the grubs in the end, but Razork bought time. The ulti out, avoided by Elyoya. Now a fresh target. Mickey with the Zenith blade. One goes down to Talbro. A trade as Elyoya gets over the wall. He then reignites onto Mickey with his ulti. Dodges the hail of arrows. One dark and dagger out. A second and almost gets the trade. Then Jojo
Pobara je samo
a double kill over his
zvjer.
runs his way out, and Grubs will stay standing after the fight goes awry.
MKOI expected upset to reset because of how low he'd gone, but
Sastav oko Oskara.
That means he can come into the fight a little bit
Uzme neki španski roster.
his team in securing at least something back for themselves in that regard, but MKOI still pushing and fighting back.
My goodness.
Mislim, u nekom trenutku i dalje mislim da bi Oskar trebao samo da outskela
Botrk kad uzme.
Pa, Botrk i ulta nemoguće da te tank dobije, zar ne? Mislim,
pa ja mislim da ne bi trebalo, sada. Sion je vrlo specifična vrsta tanka koji možda može da dobije.
Ali on skeluje infinite max health, Trundle countera health, tako da... Znaš, s te strane sam u fazonu kuda traje game, trebao bi da budeš okej. Samo ti treba malo, malo statova.
As Mickey's able to body block one of the Mystic shots, and then Razork goes in, gets the spite, I believe, on towards the Void Grub. But here, like, Hobie gets so much work done. Gets the play onto Albro, then sets up for the ult, which actually spreads on towards Elyoya and does a lot of work. But because Upset doesn't reset on that top side, he's able to come in onto this play and work with Mickey then to finish off Elyoya alongside Hobie. It could have been a lot more dire if Upset hadn't come to play.
Glad you brought up Hobie. Shut down for his way as well. The way that we seldom see. I mean, it's only been seen once before, and with these changes that have come through, it does feel like Hobie's a good study case for here today.
Important to remember that Jojo got a double kill off the back of that as well. So both mid laners kind of being set up as the carries here in game 4.
Promiscuous support, molim lepo. Ili ti spratel, kako hoćete. To je jedini support koga ja prihvatam u tom rosteru.
A Jack throw? Oh!
Solo kill for Poby. As we were just discussing, the two mid laners, Poby gets the better of him, finds the outplay, and just builds himself his own lead.
And it may not have netted himself that big CS lead or, you know, some of that experience lead, but he has been getting the better of Jojo in these trades all game long. And finally, we see Poby now picking off Jojo, getting some much needed life back into Fnatic. As Oscar in looking for some trades, but again, definitely not getting the better of them.
He's better now. At least life still is giving him a little bit more to hold
Canon
on
ne ide
to.
Botrk, on ide
When
Hydru.
you're right, just no damage being inflicted.
The thing is though, for Fnatic, if Poby can get a lead,
Niski coach, može, to je okej.
Fnatic want to play at range. They want to try and force.
Ja mislim da tu negdje moraš da ubaciš Jack Throwa u taj roster.
Šta fali Jack Troll? Jack Troll je okej. U odnosu na ove ostale, Jack Troll je još i dobar.
I guess, ali... Čekaj, koji smo rekli tim? Čekaj da vidim. Gdje je tim? Larsen, Malarang?
Patrik i Promiscu. Mada realno umjesto Patrika verovatno...
Okej. Hjarnan može.
Hjarnan, da, to sam ime tražio, hvala. Hjarnan mora tu doleti kao AD carry.
Ali i Malarang ima svoje momente. Gilius.
Teško je, jungle je PvE role, onda je mnogo teško reći kad je neko baš kao baš loš jungler. Prvih 15 minuta partije igraju PvE.
Oni imaju damage da ubiju. Nemaju.
Poby choosing to do the QE rather than just the QQ, or even just getting out the lightning bolt. I felt like there was so much more damage that he had access to, and I mean, Jojo did exactly what he needed to. He rooted Razork underneath the tower, made it easy for him to get away. There was no point in Razork even flashing because he wouldn't have gotten out of the tower's range.
Daj mi si još igra, što je najjače od svega.
Questionable place there by Poby as Jojo just gets something back, and just like that, Koi find themselves with the same gold lead that they had earlier.
Da, Diamond Prox. Ali ne znam kad je posljednji put.
Gledali smo ga na MMA Masteru pre godinu dana, mislim.
Maybe.
Nije se nešto pokazao, ali kao igrao je MMA Master čak možda ove ili prošle godine.
I see 500 towards bot. I see 680, 700 in jungle for an Neferi. Oscar's getting some gold back now, but as Mirwin clears the wave, it's simply going to be
Poslednji put je bio u timu u julu 2024. godine, jedan dan, temporary sub. A pre toga je bio u Bifrostu u maju 2020. do oktobra 2022.
Ja sam skoro siguran da on igrao neki MMA Master. Tako što više mi smo ga radili, zato sam i... Nisam siguran smo ga gledali.
Kim Spiri? Ali ne vidimo da ne piše rezultati za turnire, tako da...
Sreo sam ga u Low Masteru pre par dana. Da, igra. Diamond i dalje igra aktivno. Mislim, igra. Ja sam pričao, ja mislim s double imam nešto. Diamond Proc su relativno skoro isto.
Beautiful interrupt from Razork. You can see the value of the poppy as Poby's forced to flash away from the ulti of Mirwin. That's 4 members on the top side as both AD carries meet in mid. Now Oscar on the bot side of the map. This is the very scary thing about Mirwin TPing away.
In trouble, waiting for that W once again. Elioe can't dive in. As you said, Oscar's getting time with the turret, so a plus for Fnatic. But there is a Herald up in this top lane. MKOI have control, thanks to the Scion, thanks to what mid's going to become with Super getting the wave clear and able to step up with his jungle nearby. I thought it would be started. In fact, it's Razork that starts it instead. Elioe is going towards bot.
I mean, I think that the fact that Koi committed so many members, Oscar, I think he's going to die.
He is just going to run in, subjugate into Jojo. Good damage here, running out of mana, but Chop doesn't cost much. Now going to take on Elioe, but it's just a little bit too far. A close call. Jojo kill number 4, and Herald going to be taken for Razork in the meantime.
Koliko samo ljudi moraju da pošalju da bi ubili Oscara?
0-3 Trundle.
His dueling ability is something that you can't really afford to.
On je glezio Trundla. On je glezio 0-3-0 Trundla. Ja ne mogu. Znači, razumem ih i radi im rage bait.
Ali, da li si ti video boljeg 0-3-0 Trundla? Nisi. To je stvar.
Mislim da nikada nisam video Trundla koji je otišao 0-3-0 u Sion matchup.
I think it's also, as you say, like the second you leave Mirwin out of that lane, it just
Oscar je tu da postavi sve rekorde.
Očekuju neočekivano sa Oskarom, taj rad.
And this is why I was talking about Jojo needs to be the one to face up against Oscarinen. At least he can join in a lot of these fights late. He's actually the one with the TP as well. And I think if MKOI don't have that frontliner, you don't have someone that really wants to set up for Elioe or be the one to face check a lot of these areas.
40 seconds till Dragon. It's going to become real important right about now. Solar Flare thrown out on a whim again, but this time it gets a flash from Alvaro. Remember again, we talked about the engage. Comes from Scion, comes from Maokai. There are combos for MKOI. It seems easier than Fnatic's last game draft, but Fnatic have the easier tools this time around. And while they don't have the gold lead, it does feel like harder for MKOI to face check, especially with that flash gone, with some abilities down like the Realm Warp. Let's see how the approach looks here, as in 15 seconds, that Dragon's up.
Yeah, Fnatic want to try and play this very slowly. Every step that MKOI take to try and get into River, hit them with some spells, hit them with the arrows, try and force them back, make them work for every inch that they manage to take. But it'll be Rift Herald first, just to plunk down in the mid.
Recharge, okay. 1300 the lead. Herald gets angry, but Shelly goes bye-bye. Now, Elioe moving into position. Mickey Zenith Blade just out of range. A W just in case from Elioe as the pack mates increase.
The game is becoming more tense. Oh, that's a TP.
They are committing. They're saying, forget the Drake. Let's go kill Oscarinen again. This is just like the Yorick game. Kill him once, kill him twice, kill him a third time. Hell.
Farmuju Oskara, radi. Onda nisi gledao mene. Truci istina.
Pažnju. To je feat of strength za Fnatic. Oskar je zadovoljan time. On je u fazonu, to je okej nama.
Moguće, iskreno.
As Jojo continues to get stronger, 5-1-0 now, the MKOI mid lane.
Jojo's terrifying. He is a big old rise, and Mickey trying to see if he can on-to him, but...
Well played dodge. Jojo, fancy feet. This guy, obviously been watching a bit of MJ before the show, is again steps away. Look, man, I know, I've seen bad as well, and Jojo, he playing damn good with it. Mickey gets poked out. MKOI get full control of topside after that turret falls with it.
MKOI now getting control over mid as well, and that's really the important part here. Realm Warp available for Jojo if they really want to overextend on towards mid. Razork shifting over to cover Upset underneath this tower and make sure that he can actually farm successfully.
Kraken going to be spawning in 45 seconds, but I don't think either team is immediately going to want to try and force that one down. This mid tower should be the focus for Koi as they continue to play through their side lanes. It's kind of been the story of
Jojo ga lomi, Jojo ga baš lomi. 5-1 Rise ovako rano u partiji, insane.
Those sides and just keeping pressure up. Farm in a very good spot. The Rod of Ages continuing to stack up, and Fnatic thinking about what options they can go for. That top tower, there's possibilities for a play, but Koi setting up this deep vision makes it that much harder for them. So really, Fnatic need to reclaim control their side of the map. They need to clear out what vision they can. Instead, Mickey's just going super deep and he's fishing for Jojo.
Just sending it again. This is why Mickey on engage looks a lot better. Exhaust out there. Not matched.
Pa dobro, možeš samo flashoti odmah i onda Zenith Blade poslije toga, ne?
He flash Q'd, didn't ult, and then left.
I think they're a bit worried about the collapse from MKOI, but Alvaro has no hope.
Okay, well, he lost his flash before, so this one's a lot better, gents. Fnatic get a kill finally after Mickey's been trying his damn hardest. Razork was here before, that was not a good look. Jojo, he's just attracted, he's rage baiting.
Fnatic still aren't sure what they want to do though. Is it a dive or is it go towards the Atacon? They're trying to cover on mid as well. And now maybe they turn towards it, but they're not actually able to get much in the top.
Jojo je ispunio. O, Oscar Olin, Oscar Olin.
Oscar dodžuje, vidi ga Oscar, vidi ga kako spaceuje, samo Mirvina da ovaj ne može da ultuje. Moj Oscar. Pustio ga je, smilovo se samo.
To je ono što kaže tu level za Oziru. Pa naravno, zašto ti igra Trundla? O živote, kasteri, glazovanje, ne, report.
For the man in the top lane, and Oscar now regains control over the side lane. That doesn't diminish what Mirwin will bring to the team fights, but in that 1v1, Mirwin has to be a lot more careful.
But you can see that Trundle ultimate almost halfway off cooldown as well, so it's such a short cooldown, you can just continue to do this, get the pressure, but Upset,
he's deep. And Super has everything. Chains Corruption has to be used. Mickey here to cover as well. Oh, Yoya had ulti, and if Upset didn't, he would die.
Ulti used from Upset. I was concerned it wouldn't be available for the Dragon, but still a minute 45 away. Atacon hasn't really been the focus for either side as that top wave continues to be pushed in. We're seeing Fnatic continue to play around this side of the map just because it's the easiest objective to play for right now, threatening those dives onto Jojo, but he's weathered that storm beautifully.
Faro je level 7. A svi su level 13, onako, minimalno skoro.
Okay, we want you to look for that tower as we look for the trade, but I think they're still scared of MKOI potentially rushing down the Atacon if they overinvest on towards this bottom side. So Fnatic kind of stuck on how to get the value out of this Trundle right now.
I think also something you mentioned earlier was how MKOI want Jojo into Oscar, and it's something that Fnatic deliberately want to avoid. So as long as they keep their eyes out of that Trundle lane, Oscar will continue to come back into the game.
To je fair, njima odgovara da Trundle igra u Sion jer će uvek moći da ga ubije.
They don't do this quick though, Betty.
No, they don't.
They really don't. Upset his lethality. Poby is cycle-based.
That's what they wanted though. They wanted that TP from Mirwin. So now it gets easier to start to play at the map. They can easily look to escape. MKOI weren't really in a position, and Oscar had already started walking towards his top side. Mirwin looking to keep it leashed for the moment. I think he'll drop that in a second. But now they've got ways to play on both sides with Oscar Rinnan's TP.
It's going to be a Fnatic rush against Fnatic. The irony would be there. Razork not going to willing to face check. No one stepping out into River. Alvaro probably affirms suspicions with the sapling thrown out. MKOI still here, clearing vision now. In River there is a little bit more. Mirwin spotted out first, and Jojo's getting pushed in top. 5 members of MKOI are in this top lane with Realm Warp. Razork, that's mega ambitious, but he kites around. He really wants his Grom, but he will not be disappointed.
MKOI are going to start up this Atacon. They need to try and get Trundle out of the spot side. He will rip through structures. He does not need an awful lot of time. It's JoJo's reset. Great interrupt from Poby to buy Oscar in the time he needs.
Okay, again, and the poke from Poby to add in as well. Atacon is going to
Ovo je flippy.
MKOI. Teleport from Oscar in.
Ali on ne mogu samo tu red uzme, nije morao odmah da teleportuje. Bukvalno nije morao odmah da teleportuje. Ucavili su, iskreno. Jako lepo kajtuju Oscara da ne može nikome da priđe dok je u ultu.
Throw kod Atakana i EU ekipe, nema better duo.
JoJo is just pushing through, looking for the tower, so keeping the pressure up. Fnatic needs to back away, and MKOI don't want to let them.
Razork in the end, not acquired. Mickey's low baiting in.
Oh my god, Razork šta radi upravo? Ne Razork, Elioja.
Loses himself the shield. As you said, JoJo's going to get a turret out of it, but Atacon for Fnatic is still a breath of fresh air.
My goodness, a crazy sequence from both sides as Fnatic with great coordination.
Ama to, mislim, vidi, može se dogodi protiv Team Secret Walesa da izvuku game nekako. Znaš, mislim da tu postoji neki ugao. Ono, neki Team Secret Wales da dođe, znaš, moguće. Kako misliš taj Nikitović će pobediti Fnatic, to ne može.
PSG talon.
Turning his attention towards the mid tower, putting pressure down onto the dragon, and they even secured that objective as well. KOI still hold on to the gold.
Tako Fnatic dođe i uzme game Genji.
Mislim, nije nemoguće. Nije nemoguće. A mora Oscar da presmrfuje onda. On je jedina nada, jedina šansa koju imamo. Sheer aura from Oscarini. 0-4-0 sheer aura from Oscarini. 0-4-0 mi pričamo o Oscarovoj auri, majko božja. Znači, ako se pitate šta se čuje u pozadini, moj pas je malo prso. Voli on to tako ponekad.
Krade li Elioja? Ne mislim da krade.
Ima ga, da, na Firi pogotovo. Zamisli. Zamisli.
Disassemble Fnatic around the Baron. Razork's ultimate was made nullified thanks to Mirwin's
ulti. Neće oni uzeti game ni Team Secret Wales.
Kako ne veruješ? Veruj protiv Team Secret Walesa, tu jedino imamo šanse. Sad kad nas budu nalupali, smejaću se sam sebi, bukvalno.
Užasno, užasno. Užasno, vidjeli su TP da dolazi, mogli su samo da disengage-uju sa Barona, uzmu TP, vrati se nazad, nastavljaju da igraju. Imaju Oscara koji ima Hullbreaker, može da ga stave u side lane. Ne razumem. Ne znam gde žure. Šta žuriš? Uzeo si kill, brate. Samo stavi vision lepo, izbejtuj teleport za Barona, jer oni moraju da teleportuju.
Gave that guy, while only 3k, some significant damage. Standing behind the Baron, Super not to be missed as well.
Što znači, u pravu si, mislim, ma koliko su behind, i verovatno im je zato i bio call da komituju, da overkomituju. kao, ok, forsirao si, našao si summoner, vrati se nazad, igre oko toga i to je to. Nema razloga za gridovanje.
Ili su morali da odluče, mislim, to je nešto što krasi donekle G2 i koji, u tome što nisu neodlučni. Kao moraju da izaberete šta će, pola njih je radi Barona, druga polovina tuče. Biraš jedno od ta dva, ne možeš raditi oba. 5 na 4 je, nije ono.
Super goes over the wall, maybe too far, but who's going to punish him? Fnatic's base is burning again.
Jojo will not die, and it feels like MKOI will not lose in Madrid as they step forward once more into the base of Fnatic.
11,000 gold, Baron minions in, 2 inhibitors about to be falling. Razork has a target on El Yoya, but Fnatic need to pick, not choose. MKOI have 3 top, 1 in bot, all the base keeps rolling. The longer
3 inhiba u 29 minuta, ubiše ih. Baš ih ubiše.
That saves his life from the decimating smash, but triple inhibitor, true shot barrage. Toby doesn't get hit, he doesn't do too much, but the wave clear, needed desperately, upset by himself, runs into Mirwin, gives him a free smash, into the dirt! Mirwin proved this series who the real boss is, but Solar Flare comes through, and Movistar Koi can work their magic.
Ja, mislim, nakon ovog gema Fnatic ne može ni bude tužno što su izgubili. Dobio si dobre pikove, dobio si dobar matchup na topu, sve što si hteo manje više ti je otišlo za ruku što se drafta tiče, igrači samo nisu mogli da egzekutuju u gemu i to je to.
Ja, mislim, žure jako brzo. Znam ovo već od ranije da je Fnatic u makro diskutabilan, ali vode, Oskar nije teo da se zagrli sa njim, vode, lepo igraju, skontali su kako da se vrate u game, nađu pik i onda sve to uzmu i bace u vodu, jer žure, previše.
And a match that they will relish the chance to do so once again. MKOI stand in front of the...
Koji je u fazonu još jedna serija i titula je naša. Doduše, malo ih teži protivnik čeka, blago rečeno. Tako da, kao što smo rekli, sutra i čeka ekipa G2-a, što će biti dosta zanimljivo i vidjet ćemo šta će moći da rade. Kao što smo rekli, G2 stvarno izgleda neverovatno. Ja očekujem da će G2 neće uzeti 3-0. Neće ko izgubiti 3-0 u Španiji, nema šanse. Ali 3-1 mislim da je realno za G2 sutra. To je moj neki predikt. Šta ti kažeš, Mere?
Tu ja ću reći 3-2 koji.
3-2 koji, okej. Sviđa mi se take. Vidjet ćemo, mislim, kažem opet, taj španski buff definitivno je stvar, ne samo da ga ignorišemo. Tako da, vidjet ćemo kako će odigrati, naravno, Španci pred Špancima. Imaju tu prednost, G2 nema publika buff. Pričaju što player of the seriesu.
But yeah, I mean, fantastic performance all around. The MKOI players really did step up today. Game 2, Fnatic did get the better of them, but I'm excited to see what this version of KOI will bring against G2 tomorrow.
Čujemo i kastere šta pričaju, mislim, kažem, sutra biće interesantna serija. G2 biće jako fan, stvarno kažem, ekipa G2-a. Možda, ja sam malo delusional, ali čini mi se da se polako vraćaju u onu formu koju želimo da vidimo od njih. I po pikovima, i po stilu igre, i po tome kako su ono mentalitetom, kako ulaze u partije. Tako da eto, vidjet ćemo da li će taj G2 se vrati, bilo kako bilo. Oni već imaju mikrofon, ovdje čekaju intervju koji ćemo mi čuti još malo, ljudi moji. To je bilo to za ovaj stream leca. Slušamo intervju, kasnije ide Valorant s Patreonima, tako da ostanite u stream i ostanite u Sportlubi Sport. Vidimo se kasnije.
Siempre bromeábamos con ello, pero en el fondo de nuestra cabeza queríamos, creo que en el momento no éramos conscientes ninguno de los dos, yo no me lo creía. Obviamente siempre he tenido mis objetivos, pero la verdad que es un sueño poder compartir a día de hoy equipo con quien lo comparto y jugar delante de toda esta gente.
Years ago when he was competing in the amateur circuit with Supa, if they could ever make it to the top of this mountain, and he just told me that they joked about it, but they were never really conscious of this moment really happening, that he was really lucky to share team with his teammates.
And you hear them cheer for you right now, Supa. These moments you have earned it. You've always been so eager to prove yourself. Your ambitions have always been immense. What does it mean to you to be crowned with this success tonight and get to play a second final in front of your crowd in your home country in Madrid?
I mean, when we play in front of our fans with our crowd, you know, we can never lose.
Está traducido al español. Dice que delante de su audiencia es imposible, ¿no? que pierdan. Yo te voy a preguntar, Supa, puedes responder en español, yo me encargo de traducir después. Hay mucha gente que ha bromeado con esta cita tuya, pero ¿eres el mejor AD Carry de la LEC?
A ver, creo que estoy trabajando mucho mejor este año, pero mañana se va a decidir.
Bastante humilde, por supuesto. I just ask him because a lot of people have joked about this quote for him, so I just gladly ask him if he is the best ADC in the LEC. And he told me, just quite humbly, honestly, that he's working on it and he works towards it. Let's see tomorrow.
And it's always been about putting in the work for MCOI, and especially for you, Elioya. When we talked about this in Madrid, about all your success that you had over the years, you always were humble. You always were telling me how hard you've been working all those years. Tomorrow you're gonna have the chance not only to play in front of your crowd, but to defend your title against G2 here in Madrid. Today you had the confidence. What is tomorrow gonna be about?
Tomorrow for us, we know it's going to be harder than today, but this is what we like at the end, like playing in front of everyone. When they make it hard, when we go to game 5, when the match is really tough, so I think tomorrow is going to be such an intense, as I said, like a battle, but I know we're going to defend the title here in our home crowd.
I think people understood it perfectly, but Elioya dice que mañana volverá a pasar lo de primavera, que mañana aquí defenderán el título. Supa, venís de recibir la derrota contra G2 en la parte alta del bracket. ¿Qué cambia con respecto a mañana? ¿Va a ser el poder de toda esta grada apoyándoos lo que os dé esa ventaja contra G2?
A ver, sin sonar muy feo...
Puede sonar feo si quieres.
Yo llevo diciéndolo mucho tiempo. Solo quiero recrear el mismo final que en Spring, porque nos dio muy buena suerte y hasta ahora mismo seguimos el mismo recorrido. Entonces, nos dejamos ganar contra G2 para mañana estompearles.
What's going to be different tomorrow, if it's going to be this amazing crowd cheering for them. And he told me that it may sound weird, it may sound bad, that they are just recreating the same pathing that they did in spring. Their result was good, so they are doing it. They just let them lose against G2 to win against them tomorrow.
Do you guys have a message for G2 tomorrow, both of you? Elioya first, El Capitan.
I mean, G2, You still haven't experienced yet. Last time you played in Madrid didn't go too well. Tomorrow is going to be much more intense. I know the people are going to make this crowd our crowd. And you will see what playing into Movistar Koi in his home it is.
Yo ya recuerdo hace dos que la última vez que estuvieron en Madrid no les fue muy bien, que mañana va a ser literalmente lo mismo. So.
Voy a en Spanish. Voy a recordar la G2, que pueden fichar a Hansama, pueden fichar a Calista, igual que quieran, pero nunca me van a volver a ganar porque somos el mejor equipo de Europa.
So we're from Supa to you too. You can sign up Hansama, you can sign up Caliste, you can sign up whoever you want, but you're never winning against me because we are the best team in Europe. That's what it is.
Yulia, closing thoughts. ¿Algunas palabras que te gustaría compartir con tus fans aquí en Madrid?
I mean, for sure. I would like to thank every one of you, everyone that is in home watching us, the co-streamers, every streamer that is a part of this community. At the end, I believe the Spanish community is the best community that there is. I think our home crowd is the best crowd that there is. And you guys proved it today. I know you will prove it tomorrow. So thank you so much for making us dream, and we will keep delivering as much as we can.
Gracias a los fans. Son la mejor emoción, son la mejor grada. Son los mejores fans de Europa. Que gracias por estar ahí con ellos, animándoles desde el principio.
Supa, do you want to share some thoughts as well?
Quiero que mañana estemos al 200% porque cuando vosotros estáis, no hay ninguna manera de que nos ganen.
He wants them to be in the crowd tomorrow at 200% because when they are there, they cannot fail.
They cannot fail and they will defend their title tomorrow. Supa and Yola, gracias por la entrevista. Noah, thank you so much for
Thank you, Laura.
Thank me. And that's all for us here on this side of the stage. Madrid, one more time for MCOD.
What a moment. Exceptional work from Noah and Lore, and of course from Movistar Koi as well. We're here in PGL with Mirwin and with Jojo Fyun. Welcome, you two. You were discussing if the statements had aura, right? So which statement had the most aura?
Yeah, I mean, Yo-Yo is making like the confidence boost to the team or to the crowd and trying to hype up the crowd. I respect it.